Alrighty. Good morning, everybody. How we all doing today? There was supposed to be a stream like last night at regularly at the usual or more close to usual time, but I was absolutely exhausted from work yesterday, so I had got up and had everything set up ready to stream, and I was like, no, this isn't happening, and I went back to bed. So now we are here this morning instead. But I don't feel too bad because we're doing a bit of an experimental stream today, so yeah, I don't feel so bad about the wonky hours. Though, does this even count as wonky hours anymore when the streams are like always happening at this time? Oh, it's terrible. Yeah, hey, Cube, hey, Kuro, hey, Fuff, Wiki, Ryu. This you can blame Dredge for. I've probably mentioned at least once a stream when we were doing the Dredge streams. I was like, man, this really makes me want to play Sunless Sea. And so then I ended up playing a whole bunch of Sunless Sea off stream over the last couple of days. And I was like, I've thought for years, like, would this work as a game on stream? Because it's something I've like picked up and played a couple of times over the years. I'm by no means an expert or anything. If given the nature of this game, I'm not even, I'd say, that knowledgeable about it. Like I despite having, you know, like 30 hours clocked in it on Steam or something, I'd still say I know very little about it. I was gonna say, but yeah, I've thought a couple of times over the years. This because it's the sort of thing that appeals to me quite a bit, but I don't know if it'll work as like a viewing experience as such. It's got really nice art style and music, but it is a very sort of text heavy game. You'll see as we get in. It's also like it's a pretty hard game. It's very punishing. It's a like permadeath roguelite style game where the world isn't completely random, but elements of it are randomized each new character you make. But if your previous character gets far enough, your next character can inherit stuff from the previous character. However, if your initial character doesn't do shit, then you ain't handing over anything inheritance-wise. But at least for today's stream, hopefully that won't even come up. Hopefully we just don't die. That would be nice. But I'm certainly known for pushing my luck in places and dying in horrible ways, so we shall see. But yeah, this is a... Well, we'll jump into the game so I can start sort of pointing some stuff out, but it's a dark... Like, it's an abyssal horror game, but much more leaning on the, like, horror side of things compared to Dredge, which was a surprisingly comfy horror game. I would say this does have, comfy elements to an extent, but not anything like, Dredge. A very, very, very different gameplay. Extremely different gameplay. For starters, this is what the, like, the main game looks like. I'm a good chunk of a ways into the run that I've been playing for the last couple of days, so there's a lot going on, but this will be a little overwhelming if you don't know what you're looking at, but as far as like just getting things happening, this will be probably a little more interesting to watch from this point rather than starting from afresh. But I'll just give you guys a quick rundown so you know what you're looking at. For the the main, like, at least when it comes to, like, being out on the boat, this is your sort of main, oh, ignore this, this is here because we're in port, but, you've got your fuel, you got your food, you got your terror, and, over here, you got your going backwards, going forwards, and your hull integrity. Up here we've got all the different like crew slots. You don't start out with a full crew. I have collected a full set of named crew members. This being myself, and then the generic crew members for the boat as well. And down the bottom here you've got your sort of controls for what's going on. Out here, stop or pause, go, turn the lights on and off, send out a scout bat, repair the ship, full power to the engines, and there'll be some more change up here when we get into combat. You got your journal, your map, and your menu. Pretty straightforward stuff. Oh, over here we got your core statistics, which are used for, because it's like a RPG, like tabletop RPG style. You've got your core stats, which are used for rolling for different skill checks. Your iron is sort of your to do with like combat and offensive ability. Mirrors is like, well, as it says there, detection and perception. Veils for speed, stealth, and deception. Pages for just like the ability to process like arcane knowledge. And then hearts to do with, like, physical health, but also, being, charisma-y a bit. It's a lot more vague about how things are than what a lot of people would be used to. If we open up we go to the ship over here, things like, you got, like, fragments of lore, which is just an item type that builds up as such, which just represents you gathering random fragments of knowledge, and when you get enough of them, it'll turn into a secret, which I don't currently have any secrets in the inventory, which is meant to just represent like combined fragmented knowledge, and then like things like memories of a distant shore, or sea stories, tales of terror. These represent different like abstract ideas. You get them from like encountering different things, or listening to different stories and whatnot. It's this kind of game where knowledge of different kinds is very important and can literally be traded. Like there's a scholar here who will give you money for different kinds of stories, and then there's the Admiralty who'll pay you for like strategic information, or like general port information. Also, hey, Nameless, how's it going? Right, now, this is going to be a bit what the fuck, but this is just an event that's just popped up. Of apparently a child. This is going to be very, where the fuck did that come from? But like the last time I left port, I got a message saying you have a child. Next time you come back to port, look into it. And so this will be that. Yeah, so like as I said, a way that this works is very text heavy. So you got, your sweetheart, and your child. What will your child call you? So you can try to, own up to the parentage of the child as such. Take proper, parental role, or dodge the child, or I'm assuming the reason Captain comes up here is because I've picked Captain as my, well, the game doesn't, well, you you can pick a gender. I didn't. I picked captain. So I think that's why that's an option there. Um, it's not really. You don't pick a gender. You pick a how people address you. Um, but no, I will. In this case, I'm. Oh, that's interesting. You actually can't. So the we're able to like accept parentage of this child because I own a house. Um, that's interesting. You need at least an elegant townhouse, which is what I have, or a mansion. You can't just be like the initial lodgings is like you're living, above a shop somewhere in a like a one room apartment kind of thing. Okay, where are we? Here it is. Small, warm, apprehensive, affectionate creature. Treat it gently. You may visit your child at your lodgings when you gain a free evening. You always get free evenings when you return to London, but here's one now. Oh, nice. Free evening. And this is what I mean by like items are abstract. So like we now have one times free evening. It's like a lot of items are concepts, and by having them, it allows you to do things. So like by having a free evening, it literally represents the fact that we have an evening free to do a thing, which we can now uh, hang out with our child? Question mark. As I said, we're a bit in of the ways into a run, so there's a lot of the early stuff has already been done. Um, we're gonna do this because this is the what it's just added. Time with your family. Your sweetheart comes and goes. They have their own complicated business, but they always return to your shared home and your child. Uh, it's a delight, but will always be a delight. The sailor knows two worlds. If you give suitable presents to your child, they will gain sea fever. If sea fever reaches 25, they will decide to run away to the sea, becoming your scion. This will establish a permanent dynasty of future sea captains. Yeah, okay, so this is one of the ways to set up a uh, established like character to take over if you die or if you successfully finish your life's goal. Um, this I feel is not quite appropriate because we got the vision. We haven't actually been up to the surface. This all takes place underground. By the way, I should. It's in a setting called Fallen London, which is like London massively underground. You can get back up to the surface. I have not attempted that yet because that is quite a journey. But I got the vision of the surface from uh, speaking to some questionable people. Things got a little weird. Things always get a little weird. But yeah, this is sort of why I was saying I don't know whether this will be a good game for to watch because it is yeah very very text driven. Um, tell them a tale of the sea. The sea fog coils, fat and white against the window. With a dark shriek, your child disappears under the blanket. Okay, so we need to talk to them enough to get that up to 25 to make them an actual to instill upon them the desire to go to sea. We're, we're grooming our child as a replacement for us. This seems questionable. All right, now, child aside, we do have like actual sea adventures to be doing here. Um, so just to catch you up on what I'm about to do, I've got a crate full of brilliant human souls that is unmarked because crates of souls are taxed and controlled substance, and this one has not been through the taxation and government control process. We got it from a shady guy, the shady guy that did a favor for us and now wants a favor in return. And that favor in return is to ship this crate of souls up to a port way up north. And that's what I'm gonna do because I don't want the unmarked crate of souls sitting in my inventory, because there's every time you come back to the dock, there's a chance the inspections customs will come through and check your cargo, and we get in trouble for that. So I want to run these souls up to where they'd be. Also, the place he wants us to go to is somewhere I'd like to have access to. I haven't been there yet, so it'll be a journey of discovery as much as anything else. So yeah, basically, I'm smuggling a crate of unmarked, high quality souls at the moment. That's our current objective, and our intended location is somewhere up north. But yeah, as it says here, unstamped crate of brilliant souls, a crate of exceptional human souls. It has never known the tender touch of Imperial Customs stamp. Consequently, it cannot be sold on the open market, and you had better not be caught with it. Alright, so we're going to need to stock up on fuel and supplies, because we're probably looking at a fairly... Especially since we don't know exactly where we're going. We don't know how long the journey's going to take. Thankfully, I've got a little bit of money at the moment. Money can be hard to come by. This is quite heavily filled out because of, as I said, we are sort of mid-run at the moment. Actually, can we... Is he in here somewhere? Yeah, this... A visit from the Blind Bruiser. And that's the guy that did us a favor a while back and hooked us up with a bunch of fuel and supplies. Supposedly no strings attached. And then was like, oh, by the way, can you smuggle these souls for me? I'm like, okay, I guess. 10 and 10. I might go 15 and 15 just to be safe. The journey up north is fairly long. We got enough money at the moment. I don't want to burn all my money, because we probably want some money when we get up there. Actually, I might buy one extra set of supplies and do some bodge repairs on the hull when we're out of the dock. Because because the hull isn't at 100% at the moment. You can, like, just gonna have to go through a whole bunch of menus. You can put your ship into dock and do like proper repairs, but that's quite expensive. And for the amount, like, this is only like someone's scratched the paintwork kind of thing. Put some dings in the hull. It's not worth paying for a full repair job. I'll just patch the holes up myself. But just to give you an idea, we are currently down here in Fallen London. I've explored a good chunk, but we are headed up this way. Unfortunately, the The knowledge I have of where we need to go is it's vaguely up here somewhere. It shouldn't be, like, over this side, but it should be somewhere sort of up here-ish. It may be we need to go further off. This is what I'm saying, because it's like, the map is... The elements on the map are always here, but the locations of the elements are random, to an extent, randomly placed. Some things are always roughly in the same spot, like stuff that's like touching the outside of the map is pretty much always going to be in the same spot. Anyway, this is the sort of main overlook of things. I'm just gonna, as I said, I'm just gonna quickly use a crate of supplies to jump the holes so that we're nearly back to full health, and we'll head out to sea. Now, with the way this works, this is going to be a bit of a windy journey to get us up there. I'm going to hit up the Hunter's Keep, and then Vendor Blight, and then I'll probably try to fill in this bit of map here, swing up this way, hit Codex and Wither, because you want to, like, each major port you can pick up port reports from, which are worth a little bit of money, but fuel. When you get back to London, you can trade the information into the Admiralty. Yeah, so the reading part is about sort of half of the gameplay, and the other half is this adventuring out at sea. And you got, like, all sorts of different things you can do at each place you dock. There's different characters and different events going on. As I said, I want to pick up a port report from here, and then there's 3 different sisters live on Hunter's Keep. Each do something different. They all reduce terror a bit, but my terror is actually down to 0 at the moment, which is nice. I think Lucy hit you up with some food when you chat with her. Yes. Alright. Lucy, the middle sister, is sunny, restless, and prone to giggles. A daft tale. Lucy leans over and whispers to you confidently. A complex story about a butler, a pig, and an inheritance. You don't follow all the details of the plot, but somehow the pig ends up in an attic, and the butler in a vicar's bed. Candles flicker, dishes enter and leave, and the winds butt gently at the window panes. By the time the plum pudding arrives, you're as cheerful as you've been in months. Which, yeah, gives us some terror reduction. We get some extra supplies out of it. It also reduces our, like, current hunger. And then memories of a distant shore. And the attention of the different gods, I'm not quite sure what that does. I think certain events need you to have the attention of certain gods to be able to trigger them, so... we're currently not sailing into the unknowns. I've got this mapped out, so it's not, the night is full of darkness and terror as much. Well, you'll see me sort of turn... Oh, hey, combat. Alright, we got a pirate ship. So... your aiming charges up while you keep the opponent in your like forward, like your light arc, basically your forward arc. If you keep your opponent in a forward arc, your aiming charges much quicker. And if they get outside, you can sort of see there's the back arc. If they get into the back arc entirely, your aiming stops, because it's like a forward-facing weapon that I'm currently using. And the same rules apply for the enemy. So you want to try to outmaneuver them a bit, but it's a little janky how it goes about it. But that's all good. I've got a pretty good gun, and the character creation, the character I made was like an ex naval soldier man, so he's got start with fairly high iron, which that combined with the gun I've got means I can do decent combat damage, but we're still in a very, very basic ship. Well, we're literally in the starter ship still. So survivability is like we can't take much hits. We are not tanky. We're not exactly a glass cannon either. We're not like doing huge alpha damage. We're just doing better than basic damage. Hey, Mix Up, how's it going? Yeah, random low-level pirates like that are decent because we can, pull stuff off their corpse. In this case, a case of oddities, which is just basically you get a random thing to fuel, which that's very useful. I will gladly take 2 fuel. It is roguelite, but it's not... A run can go for a very long time. So you're not like... You can die very quickly. Well, that's so I blame Dredge for this. Like, if you're paying attention during the Dredge stream, I was like, man, it really makes me want to play some Sunless Sea, and then I ended up playing some Sunless Sea, and then I played a bunch of it off stream, and I was like, you know what, I should, because I've always been unsure as to whether it would work on stream. I don't know if it's something people would find interesting to watch, so consider this an experimental stream. Now, with bats, we can, like, just, ignore the corpses, which will give us a little bit of terror reduction, or we can make bat soup, which gives us terror, but also gives us supplies. This is, yes, I would not be surprised if you haven't heard of this one. This is not an obscure Japanese game. This is an obscure Western game. Oh yeah, so part of the way the setting works, people don't die normally, which is the point of the tomb colonies out here. We don't have much in the way of business here at the moment. In fact, I really can't do much of anything here. We're just here to... Oh, no, okay, yeah, no, I know what this is. This is... we can't do that at the moment. We're here currently to just get some information. Port report for vendor blight. And since we've got... we can do a explore, which we will do. Explore vendor blight. Here, here they favor candlelight over gaslight. In the shadows are swagged like cobwebs. The tomb colonists stand still enough to be mistaken for sculptures, until they laugh or cough. 1 building in 3 seems abandoned. An interlude. You pause for a refreshment at the Hungarian cafe. The coffee is dusty and the pastries a little stale, but the gaggle of decaying violin players are skilled and surprisingly sprightly. They play Eat Our Hearts, My Darling, The King is Tall, Tall, and Pop Goes the Weasel, with brio and conviction. Then they start on The Old Dark Ocean Under the World, and you realize the time your ship awaits. So how do I explain this? When you've been out at sea, so just sailing around for a while, an icon will appear here, and it'll go like a bell will sound, which means basically time has passed, and you can now encounter certain events at ports. And that's what the this icon represents. It allows you to do different, like, small stuff at the different ports. Anyway, now we're done with Vendor Blight, so I'm gonna swing through. It'd be more fuel efficient to go, obviously, straight line up, but I want to swing around here just to try to uncover that map, because I hate having holes in my map. Unfortunately, this game's, the way it, like, uncovers parts of the map can be a bit frustrating. Like, you can be... I wonder if it's still there. No, I filled it in a bit. But when I first came down this way, there was, like, I sailed through, and there was, like... I had sailed through here, but there was still black there, and I had to go back up a bit to get it to show the black. You'll see me, like, sort of micromanaging my light. The light, so you expend fuel, obviously, while you're moving, but the light also consumes fuel, so by having the light off, you're spending less fuel, but with the light off, your Terra goes up much faster. You can sort of micromanage the light. If you're near light buoys, your Terra's not going to go up as fast. If you're near land, you don't need the light on, your Terra's not going to go up as fast, and since we're... our current intention is to just, hopefully, get this bit of the map to trigger. We are definitely just sticking close to land. There it goes. H? What? I don't... What does H do? I'm not sure on that one. Demeserov D? How's it going? Do we want to try to engage this? Not really. 400 is a lot of health. We could beat it, probably, but it will also hurt us quite a bit to do so. So, let's not. And that's probably going to be the case up in the frozen lands. Is there's going to be just a bunch of let's just not fight that. This can be a bit annoying when I was way back when I was originally playing the game. I didn't realize there's a whole bunch of like shit you can just sail under. You got to sort of be paying attention. Well, I mean that's actually, yeah, checking the key bindings is probably what does H do? Oh, toot toot, I see. I didn't think there was like a scuttle ship button, but I wouldn't be surprised if there was. Actually, I think a tutorial did mention something about... But in that case, we definitely wouldn't want to have pressed it, because it would have drawn the attention of the big iceberg crab. What the heck? Alright, we'll have a look at that in a second. I don't know what that's about. Just grab the port report from up here. And we'll poke around town. Actually, let's... Oh, okay, it's for pulling down Terra. We don't need to... What's this about? The House of the Question. Northwest of Withertown, the House of the Question stands alone. Here, the initiates of the house make offerings to the three gods of the deep sea. And perhaps a fourth god, and perhaps a fourth who is not a god. The one place in Wither where you can sometimes get a straight answer for a price. Gaining the attention of a god is useful chiefly for lifting curses. Okay. Well, we already have Salt's attention. Is it in our journal that it appears? Yeah. Stone. Oh, we don't have Salt, sorry. We have Stone and Storm. What's the... Oh, we don't currently have a secret to spare. Alrighty. Ask about the drowned man. The initiates of the house are reluctant to speak of him, but you may be able to bribe them enough to gain a few tenuous snippets. That's an expensive bribe! Or defy the gods, spit on the floor, curse the priests, overturn the altar. This will increase your iron and hearts by 5 each, and set your terror to 0, but you'll never be able to remove any god's curse or benefit in certain other ways. Let's not do that. That sounds unwise. Alright, these guys just trade in stories. Interesting. Huh. You could... Not an efficient run, but you could run fuel up here to sell them for stories. Alright, well, explore the town. Wither is a quiet, chilly town of grey stone and closed courtyards. The people are neither exactly unfriendly nor exactly hospitable. They have the irritating habit of answering a question with a question. Here and there are odd sightings tucked away. The wind speaks. You fall into a reverie as you wander the shore. There are words in the wind, a story of sorts, of a gate in the north, of a pale light that began there, of a drowned light that will end there. High wilderness that other ships may sail. You lift your eyes. On the wall of a salt works, someone has scrawled, "Is there a sea more sunless?" Alright, fair enough. Okay, now we need to... So I'm gonna swing up here just to sort of fill in what I can of the map up here. But yeah, what I know is I'm just sort of vaguely in this upper area searching for a particular port. Hang on. I have it written down here somewhere. Oh, bother. Where did I put my notes? Mount Palmerston. So we're at 1316, so that's... For the moment, that is a comfortable amount of supplies and fuel, but that won't last. I could probably navigate through there. It's getting pretty tight. Oh, that's just... We are actually approaching the edge of the world. Alright, I'm just gonna have to accept that that bit of the map isn't gonna fill in without some fiddling. So that ding, and now the light there, and the something awaits you at port. That's what allows you to trigger those like explore the town kind of events that we've been seeing. I'm explaining some of the basic mechanics because I started the stream sort of mid-run because I just wasn't sure, and I'm still not sure as to whether this will work well as a like a game to play and or like watch on stream. I also said previously I'm by no means an expert or anything at this. I have not like I've never won a run. I've never like this is actually probably of all the times I've played this game, this is probably my most successful run so far, and that's saying something. We're still just in the starter ship. I'm assuming this is all just going to lead to... Cause the problem with, like, sticking our nose further out this way to sort of see what there is it costs us fuel and food. We can also send out our... Need to fill out the map, yes. Unfortunately, the way the map is programmed is it fills out frustratingly. Oh, there's something. So you can send out the Z-Bat, which is done for free. Okay, this is part of this awesome thing back here. I don't think that's actually a port. I think it's probably just a point of interest. But, you'll get to see the back end of this place. This is like a huge ice fortress. It actually looks super cool. Again, we really don't want to be taking fights, because they'll probably wreck us. So I'm gonna just avoid as best I can, so lights off. Easy running. Hey, Foley Industries, how's it going? And like, this game's really got a good style. It's funny you say that. The reason the reason I'm playing this is because I just finished a full playthrough of Dredge, and I said a bunch of times while I was playing Dredge, like, man, this really makes me want to play Sunless Sea. Don't get me wrong, I enjoyed the crap out of Dredge. I thought Dredge was fantastic. And that's why we're here now. But it's a very different, like, Dredge is a comfy horror game, which is, that shouldn't be able to exist, but it does. Whereas this is an actual horror game. Like, tensions can really get quite high when, like, shit just starts to spiral into going wrong. Never be overconfident. The Z is always there waiting. That's what we're after. That's where we want. Excellent. It's... So Dredge doesn't really lean that heavily into its, like, abyssal horror. Um, which is fine again for what it is. I I really like that sort of horror. But that's not a it's not a mark against Dredge. I would highly recommend Dredge to just about anyone. It is a fantastic game just across the board, but it is not like you're not gonna get your spoopy on playing it. It does manage the like intrigue of that kind of horror well, and almost ironically, I don't know if that's quite right, but it manages its horror better than a lot of horror stuff because it never explains to you what's really going on, and that's the best way to do that kind of horror. You don't want to like if you explain, what's actually going on. That's when it like loses the intrigue and the horror, and it sort of it keeps its cards close to its chest, and even by the end, like even by the ending, it still hasn't really. Oh, I really don't want to fight. 300 health enemy boat is pretty dangerous. Again, keep in mind, like, we've got a decent gun. Like, we've got a fairly decent, like, deck gun, but we don't have, like, real guns. And we don't have, like, a combat boat. This is literally still the starter ship. I'm, like, 10 hours into this run, and we're still in the starter ship. The combat is... It's not, like, standout, but it is perfectly fine for what it is. I wouldn't say to someone, go play this game for its combat. But it works well. What? We're here to deliver souls. That's... Huh? Yeah. It's clunky, but it works. Right. So we are here for business, so let's go about doing things. Mount Palmerston. Sullen lights glow green at the jetty's edge. Behind the port buildings, the island is knee-deep in ash. There are ruins here and there of houses destroyed by fire. Far above the mountain top flickers red just for an instant. Interesting. I never understood the whole buy viewers thing. What's the point? Like, number go up, sure, but it's meaningless. It's not people actually watching. It's not people like interacting and chatting. Like, that's the point. That's why I stream. I like to talk to people while I'm streaming. If it's just a whole bunch of like view botters, that's like literally meaningless. Nobody's like I enjoy talking to the chat, and I'm also aware that a lot of the stuff I stream works well as a like fall asleep to stream, so that's also providing something. Whereas like view botting is like, what's the point? Yeah, but that doesn't like you need if you want to become big memes, you need consistent audience. That is your thing, Ricky. Yours is the sleepy stream. Uh, so I do want to get the port report for this area. Chat to the port folk about the Brimstone Convention. There was a revolution in hell, and the aristocracy of devils fled here. Here, they plot in exile. A shrug and a curse. They don't do us any harm, they stay up there, and we stay down here. If hell's fighting itself, that's good for us, isn't it? Kind of vague. Right, deliver smuggled goods. This is our what we came here for. A hooded figure with a lantern awaits at the far end of the quay. This is our final destination for our crate of unstamped brilliant souls. You hardly give the hooded shape a sign of recognition. It hisses the reply you expected. You hand over the crate and receive a chitty marked with thief sign. Okay, you'll get paid when we get home. Fair enough. Dig amongst the ruins. Gonna cost 2 supplies. 60% chance of positive outcome. Perhaps the villagers left valuables behind. You could pick over their remains to see what you might find. You go. Poke around the islands first. Tangles of thorned scrub climb the rocky slopes of the volcano. Blemigan colony. At the heart of the salty little bog, you come upon a pulsing mound of Blemigans. They are a rich dark purple, like viscera, perhaps, or blackberries. They chitter as they swarm. The sound is like pebbles on a beach. Be careful. A single Blemigan is a nuisance. 100 are a calamity. Assault the colony. We got a good chance of success because we're decently killy. Or observe the colony. Medium chance of success. Alright, we'll go with this and pray. Armored sailors settle behind on a rise in the ground at the bog's edge. On your signal, they open fire into the purple mass. Dozens of Blemigans fall, but hundreds remain. They seethe across the bog, leaping across black gaps of standing water. Moors agape. But you direct your crew's fire with the calm and precision. And only a few reach the line. Your crew methodically smash them with rifle stocks and advance with caution towards the bog. The Blemigans which remain to defend the mound are no match for your weaponry. You take their mound without a single fatality, and they die, chittering curses. Of course, now you're possessed of a mound of mud. You find nothing of value, although the Blemigans apparently collected little clay tablets marked with indecipherable chicken scratch. Your quartermaster, however, points out that the Blemigan bodies can be rendered into purple dye, which will fetch a good price almost anywhere. We got 30 money out of that. Alright, not bad. Interesting, we can't now go to the volcano. Maybe you have to have a free time to go up the volcano. Also, if we have 5 bales of fancy linen, we can talk to somebody up here. Are there... That's cheap fuel, actually. Huh. Fuel's normally 10. We do have a Blemigan Gallivantier, which is our ship's mascot. It gives us a very slight boost to mirrors and pages. He gave himself a fancy moustache, so he's a cool guy. So I might try to, like, explore a bit of the map more out here, and then maybe, like, swing our way by these... I need to go to Station 3, actually, for another... for something related to an event down here that I'm doing. So, yeah, I think I'll head down this way. I'll sort of explore... to fill out a bit more of the map, and then... I'm just... do I could either swing by, like, Shepherd's Isle, Abbey Rock, Station 3, or, like, Gators Moor, Station 3, Abbey Rock, and then maybe back down. I do have business at the Salt Lions, but that requires more than half of my cargo space to be free, and it is currently not. We're pretty loaded with supplies and fuel. And I might actually pick up a bunch more fuel, since it's... technically, it's cheaper here, which I did not realize. I'm gonna note down the cost of things here. We might Devil Bone and the Zoop and the rocks. I'll just note down the prices that they sell for up here. Oh, sorry, we can buy them for up here, and how much they sell for back home. There might be trade route potential. Oh, really? Oh. Oh, I did not know that. Thank you. Unfortunately, we'd have to, like, buy one to be able to then do that, because it's not in our inventory, but, that's fine. For now, I will just note it down. Maybe, I guess. We can buy one if you want. I don't... there's not really any reason not to. Oh, okay. That's... that's not exactly profit. It sells for 1 back home. Or, so it sells for... we buy for 19, it sells for 20. What happens if I do that, then... oh, cannot be sold, so... well, that's... I think I need that for something else, though, so having one of that might be... I do know they buy Zoop somewhere, but 70 seems expensive for Zoop. And we're not looking for fights out here. I did see, like, other boats roaming the seas around here. I really don't want to get into a fight with them, so we will scalper sharply if we see anything that even slightly smells dangerous. Our little boat is not built for extended engagement. Like that. Like, I do not want to... do not wish to fight you, sir. Please just go about your business. I think this is mostly just going to be the edge of the world up here. Also, don't run into landmass. That will do damage to you. But you see there, like, that ship has 300 health. Like, we do decent damage with our guns, and, like, I can do some sort of positional shenanigans so that we avoid taking too much damage. But the best way to avoid taking damage is just not to fight. Again, we're sort of pretty far out at the moment in a starting boat. So picking fights this far out is scary. The other thing is, like, you want to be, like, exploring because you get fragments when you explore. Like, it is a game that literally rewards just straight up exploration. Which is quite nice. This bar here fills up as you gain fragments, and when it gets full, you get a secret. And then secrets can be used for different things. I mean, we're not doing too bad on the old insanity meter yet, but that is, again, when things start going wrong, things start going wrong. The question mark icon there means I think they either haven't seen us or yeah. They get like an exclamation mark and then a triple exclamation mark. Now these ones are like Admiralty ships, so these shouldn't want to fight us at all, since we're technically out here on like non-government business, but we've mostly been doing government business, so we're in good standing with the Admiralty. What's it going to take to get a better boat? 3,000 money is the next boat I've got my eyes on. Keeping sending out the bat, because the bat can sniff out locations that are in the blackness and mark them on the map for you. Also, you see it mentions like something underwater in the east. That's because I have the Submariner DLC, which is you can make your boat into a submersible. I haven't done that yet. But that's part of what I want to go to Station 3 for, is I'm in the middle of making a submarine, which is... well, that's probably not going to make the Admiralty like us either, because apparently there's some sort of agreement about not exploring the undersea. Which is interesting, because it's like, I think the Fluff referred to it just as, like, the agreement. We don't stick our noses where they don't belong. You'll see me frequently checking the map because I have a bad habit of just ending up off target somewhere. Guider's Morn. Morn is a stalagmite vast as a crag, and its foot has no safe harbors. Corsair's Citadel nestles halfway up, An intricate system of winches takes the strain, and your ship rises slowly from the Z. Her hull creaks in protest. Grizzled sailors groan and cling to the stanchions. Higher, higher. Now the undersea shimmers like a glass blow. Children clamber in the crevices, cheer and wave alarmingly. The winch motor slows, and you hang in a cradle next to a red-bowed pirate cutter. We definitely want to get, See, this I've seen pop up in a few places. It seems like with the right kind of fungi people, we could go around infecting towns, which I don't know about that. Oh! Okay, so this will do. This is interesting. This is related to something else I've been doing. The pirate poet. She sort of attacks you near much closer to the starting area, and I've effectively built up a rivalry with her, as we've fought a bunch of times, and well, obviously I've won a bunch of times. Otherwise, I'd be dead. But I'll be looking into that for sure. 50% chance to actually be able to gather intelligence. A dislike of spies. You and one of your more villainous-looking sailors join a dice game. Villainous-looking, but you know for a fact that she tithes to charity and has a delightful singing voice. The topic turns promisingly to pillage and ambush, but your sailor is a little too forward with her questions. There's a scuffle, a stabbing. You escape. She does not. Ow! Okay. Dang. Ouch. Down a crew member. Technically, less mouths to feed, but that's dangerous. Pirate Poet is here, performing for a crowd outside the limpet. She's halfway through the familiar baptism in glass as you approach. The pirates and corsairs, as enraptured by the heavy thumps of verse as are your own crew. She moves on to her most famous work. Remember Polythreme? Polythreme? Before finally noticing you during the scream of clay. As the applause and clinks of coins fade, she tilts her head towards the pub door. At sea, you are deadly rivals. Here, you can simply be two captains sharing a drink and a few stories. No, because I already have a partner and child, so we will have a drink. Few men have the constitution to match a clay man. An evening of haze and regret. Where is this? London? Tenderblight? Naples? No, it's still the morn. Your mouth is dry, your body sore, your head... You clasp it... You clasp a hand to it. It burns almost as much as it aches. Memories rush back. The clap of the pirate poet's hand on your shoulder as she described the aftermath of your last encounter. Her story of countless days spent fighting her way through the slime and stench of a Z-beast's stomach, rescued by slavers, then shoveling coal until the opportunity arose to escape, and then... There was more. Now, just aching. All over, but mostly there. Why there, of all places? A bandage? Is it a wound from an ill-judged duel? No, you recall a parting gift given with a smirk, and baptized with a loving splash of cheap whiskey. You peel back the fabric. A tattoo. Oh. Oh no. Obscene, illegal, anatomically most improbable. Interesting. explore the Morn. There is a surprising quantity of actual landscape on the Morn. It's vertical, admittedly, but once you find the best paths and urchin roads, you can traverse it as you would a rocky moor, with an additional with an addition of throatful of lurching terror. Words are hard. Glittering eye. You turn, and there's a long, lank, brown man at your shoulder. Listen, he says, I have a story for you. Interesting, because that's the same art as the Shady Cook? Question mark? Something about the grey beard compels your attention. A rambling tale. His story has a wedding full of murderers, and a leafless forest, and a vast serpent which eats souls. The tale winds on and on, like the serpent, until you are lost in the dizzying toils of its sinister ships and its glamorous corpses. You're not awake, he's gone, but not, it seems, before searching your pockets for small change. Alright. 2 echoes for a tale of terror? Sure. That's a fine trade-off. We don't need more fuel or supplies from here, but those are terrible prices. Fuel you want at about 10. Supplies you want it at about 20. Anything more than that, and, well, if you're running out, any port in a storm, as it were. But we are not currently running out. I might regret saying that. Yeah, right, we'll swing up through the Isles, the Abbey Rock, and Station 3, grab reports from all of them. Now, we didn't actually end up much Terra. We went up and down a bunch of Terra in that. So it kind of worked out okay. It's when the Terra goes red, you want to chuck the light on. Because then things are ramping up pretty quick. We did lose one guy. I should refill that. I hadn't, like, the game starts you with 8, and I had just been running with the initial 8. I hadn't stocked it up to 10, because having 10 costs more supplies, because they eat more. That one we could definitely fight. 30 health, if we're lucky, we might kill it in one shot. Not quite. But it didn't hit us for too much damage, so that's fine. What do we got? 3 supplies, nice. I will gladly take 3 supplies. And probably expend one of those supplies, patching up the damage it did to us, and then we'll profit 2 supplies. Right. The Shepherd Isles. As I said, initially we're here for compiling a port report. In In the bleak light of the false stars, surface rolling like a porridge pot, up with a roar of steam and a flash of fire. 3 widows swimming, tentacles, and then we saw His Highness. It's rather a lot of this material. Whoa. Rest of the Sea. Rest of the Z. The bearded watchman scoffs. Here's where you need to be. We don't talk about the rest of the Z, but a sniveling caitiff draws you aside. I've got something for you, he promises, but I'll need some of the good stuff from London. A lot of the good stuff. 7 supplies. We can... Because we could easily go back and grab a cask of mushroom wine from Guider's Morn. Seven supplies will wipe out half our current supplies. That's a little bit scary. Now, I have asked about Thornwell Croft before when I've been here previously. I'll ask about the 3 graves. Who sleeps beneath the turf over on that island to the northwest? Hunters at rest. Chelinate? Chelinate? Right, they're hunters. They killed a turtle the size of London and built their city in its shell. A ship from the Chelinate came by, hunting the midnight whale. 3 of them had died cowards, so their bodies couldn't go into the Z. They paid us for the land, in whale ivory. I still got a piece. I keeps it safe. Okay. Okay. Without a free day, there's nothing to do here. Fair enough. Alright. We'll head down to Abbey Rock and then Station 3. Actually, are we currently in Terrat? No, if I do a repair here. Just do a quick patch up of the hull. Offset some of that damage we took. Now, I did see small yellow crab running around the waters out here. I'm not going to intentionally go hunt it, but if it pops up again, we can probably kill it for supplies. Abbey Rock. That's right, they buy supplies for 20, which is like baseline. We'll compile a report for out here. Ah, I forgot to pick up... Damn it, I forgot to pick up recent news. When we were out at London. I don't want to expend my hunting trophy for terror reduction. That's... 23 is fine for now. Now, I don't know if I'll actually be able to do anything at Station 3, because it's generally gates closed, feck off. But I do technically have business there. There he is. The upgraded gun we've got is enough to, like, one-shot the smallest of creatures. Which, we can either chop it up for fragments, or throw it in the pot. Oh, okay, never mind. That one's not even a throw it in the pot. that just lowers the current hunger bar, so probably better to chop it up for fragments. Bigger crabs you can throw in the pot, and you get usually like a +1 supplies. Station 3. Okay, so we can actually do the business I need to do out here. And potentially a 50% chance to get a port report. I think. Oh no, that's not even a port report. That's... maybe it's a port report? Oh, it's just fragments. A familiar smell. There's nothing to see along the narrow quays, but there is a smell distinct enough to rise above the odor of brine and wood and wet rope. It's the smell of frankincense burned recently and in substantial quantities. Alright, so this is for a thingy I've currently got going on. A long, low building propped against the wall, boarded windows, a rustling padlock. Your bosun shatters the lock with a ball-peen hammer. Inside, your lamps reveal dust-choked workbenches strewn with discarded tools, shelves of cardboard boxes filled with rivets and bolts, washers and screws. Blackboards roughly scrubbed. Here is an old lunchbox, its half-eaten sandwiches encased in successive generations of exciting fungus. In a rusted filing cabinet, you find the documents you need. Folder of tea-stained research into Zonar. You leave the rotting workshop quietly and return to your ship. The next time you sneeze, your handkerchief comes away black with the workshop dust that crept into your lungs. Alright. That allows us to continue that quest line on. That was not what I had intended to do business-wise out here, but it works out well for us. So long as I don't, like... Don't get cocky, kid. This might actually be a relatively safe and uneventful venture. We haven't exactly made much in the way of, like, funds. We'll grab a port report from the Lions while we're here. I'm assuming I don't have enough cargo space to do. That's not the... That's what I meant to do. Whew, that was a little close. Now we can either throw it in the pot, or we can do this, which I think we'll do. How much? How much hold space do we have? We could actually do a salt run while we're here. That would make this venture a little more profitable. So as usual, we'll pick up a port report from down here. And this is you can transport blocks of the Salt Lion back to London, which is what we'll do. Costs 200 echoes and needs 20 cargo space. If the stones weep, an unmaker advises you ignore them, unless they flood your hold, of course. Then you should probably drop them overboard. Don't tell anyone I said that. And while we're here, we'll visit the unmakers. Fungal tisane and tea cakes. We get funding from the bazaar, it's true, but Station 4, I wouldn't call this Station 4. It's a little grandiose. The stones are stuffed with secrets, but most of them are used as garden statuary or occult ballast. Most of them. Some go to the places under the bazaar. More tea cakes? Slight terror reduction, which is always nice. And now we'll probably just head straight back home. I probably could fight that. It's a slightly chunky crab, but it's not, like, concerningly chunky, but we don't really have any reason to fight it right now. No business with the light ship at the moment, so we're just gonna swing on past. It's not a proper port, so you can't get a port report from there. So, as far as, like, ventures go, this actually was surprisingly, like, it went surprisingly well. Admittedly, I knew I was needing to be up here somewhere, so we had a direction in mind. And because I had explored a lot of this already, we were able to just kind of weave our way through the ports, collecting information and doing stuff as we went. And this has actually been a reasonably decent venture. Now we're gonna cash a whole bunch of shit in. Collect messages from the harbor master. Alright, we got plenty of things happening. First thing I will do is hand in the Sphinx Stone, because that's taking up all my inventory space. Sign here, sign here, sign here. Here's a receipt. Here's a discretionary contract. Here's a penalty contract. Your vision is blurred by the end of it all. The cargo rumbles off into this coiling fog. Here's your reward. So it costs us 200 to pick the stone up, and we get paid out 500 to deliver it. So a decent little profit. Hiring on some more crew is definitely on the cards. The scholar wants to talk to us as well, but we'll also talk to this lad and see what he says. Souls delivered. What a propitious and encouraging occasion this is. To meet again here in this place, which has been so very fortunate for us both. Allow me to shake you warmly by the hand. Since you have demonstrated your unswerving commitment to fair dealing and honest conveyance. What, honest conveyage? Very good. My patron will toast to you. Now, I'm just tossing up if we want to continue this quest line, because I suspect this is going to get more and more problematic. Because this is a chance to sort of get out of debt with these guys, but at the same time, effectively, we need money and resources. Uh, it's just weird to be working for the Admiralty and uh, much more questionable people. Fuck it. Let's see. As I said, this is the furthest I've ever gotten in a run in this, so I have no idea what I'm doing basically. You need to cover your costs. An encouraging leer. Here's your compensation and a little fuel and a few barrels of biscuits with what a certain other captain has widely surrendered for the common good. I will take the good word to my patron, and if I am a man of my word, we will see each other again. Unless a whale eats you, of course, in which case I hope you will not think poorly of me for wishing that we will not. Alright, 200 cash, 5 fuel, 2 supplies, that's a decent payout. What? One? Already another request. Once more, we find ourselves here on the quayside. What is, I suppose you might say, on the lip of a well of opportunities. Let us both drink deeply from the well, by which I mean my patron as a task of you. Take a payment across the ocean and bring back a little package. Of course, if you return to London without the little package, I'll probably have something sharp to say about it. Well, now, see, where the fuck are you sending me is the problem. If you're sending me off to the Great Black Yonder, into somewhere I don't know where I'm going, that's a bit difficult. I can't guarantee I can't get to a place I don't know. Hey, Goto, this is more weird shit. This is literally Sunless Sea, yes. It does say it down the bottom there. Also in the title. It should be. And hopefully the game category as well. But yeah, the blame Dredge, basically. Hmm. 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 Describing it like a board game is not a bad way, like, considering the way the game works mechanically with sort of abstract representation of things. Describing it like a board game is not a bad way to think about it. If you think like a more complex like Fantasy Flight game, is not a bad way to think about it. This is a very shady character. We just finished transporting a unmarked crate of high quality souls for him. And now he wants us to do another venture, and I'm just tossing up whether if I knew where he was wanting me to go. Yes, a whole crate full of high quality souls. And in this case, not just high quality souls, but specifically ones that were undocumented. No, no, there's just a crate of human souls. It's not. There's no. There's no ambiguity to that. All right. Let's see what happens. Here's the money. Don't lose it. Now bring the package back here and avoid it. And it is my hearty recommendation that you avoid the ungentle attentions of the XCs. On account of, if you return without the package, it is of no interest to my patron whether you have lost it or had it taken from you. Good luck, good luck. If you return to London without an unstamped crate of brilliant souls before completing this task, there is a risk that the blind bruiser will take offense. Polythreamine? I think we need to go there for some other business as well, so that kind of works. I just don't know where where that is. I think the descriptions we've had thus far is vaguely east. That could be a problem. But it is a place I want to find, so like our previous venture for this guy, it is sending us out to somewhere that I want to visit. I just don't. Yeah, I think vaguely east was the description I was given. But for a different quest. Right. That's yeah. Unfortunately, I've never got along with the Armored Core PvP. That's not really my jam. In general, you guys know PvP isn't really what I do. Uh, but yeah, like something like Armored Core PvP, that's that doesn't hit for me, despite my love of mech games. All right, so we still have a bunch of business to be doing here. All right, the Admiralty, we want to hand in all our port reports, which we picked up a lot of on that venture. So a lot of these we're just handing in reports for ports that we've visited before, so we're not going to get like a lot out of it, but we get some small payment and some fuel. The fuel's the small payment adds up, and the fuel's the important part. I think there's going to be like one or two. So this one's new. So we should get one more favor with the Admiralty. What's next Wednesday? Breaker 4? Yeah, all those ports that we hit up and picked up the port reports from, this is why. You get Like, there's a minimal amount of payment, but one fuel for each port report you hand in, which sort of at least offsets your fuel costs to get out there. I don't want to pass on the strategic information yet, because I've got other uses for that. Right. Scholar, which they've invited us to a night out. A little present from the scholar. You've been so very helpful. I want to give you something for your next voyage. I bottled it myself. Dark glass. It smells pickled, chemical, salty. Once it might have been eel flesh, but the scholar assures you that it has vital and nutritional virtues. Save it for an emergency, perhaps. 2 extra supplies. And we can literally cash in. Memories, different shore, sea stories. Ah, that's where we can... hang on now. Did I note down how much they cost? I'm sure I did. That was 35... 35 echoes. What are they... okay. Money-wise, nothing, but it does increase favor with him. This is the product of nature, not artifice. Interesting, nevertheless. I have the very shelf for it, but if you could bring me something worked, not evolved next time. Oh, this is probably chance-based. Yeah, okay. This is probably like a coin toss, whether it's if it was a constructed artifact, it'd probably pay out better. But we did get the thing up. I might use 2 of these and rank him up to the next level then. Oh no, okay, we need more than that. But yeah, these ones aren't really worth handing in because you only get 10 echoes for them. And there we are. Now I've got him to the next tier. I don't know what that'll do, but we've got him to the next tier. Okay. We need... crew? I think you can use this to recruit... Oh, this is different. There's new people here. There hasn't been new people here for a long time. Want a doctor. Please, I must leave this place. I can work my passage. I'm a doctor. I already have a doctor. General Magician. Good afternoon, Captain. Perhaps I can do your engines some good. No. I'm quite the engineer. Difficult to credit, isn't it? But here are my references. Well, genial magician. Fails and mirrors. But again, we've already got an engineer. And this guy, 5% fuel efficiency. I will stick with my current lad. Alright. Can use that to pick up a crewman for 5. Fills out our missing slot at the very least. What other business do we have? I will make sure to get the latest news this time around. News from aboard. The Khanate is threatening war. They always are. London's colonies on the Carnelian coast want independence. They always do. The Untersee, the papers report that has undergone another alteration. Not yet. It hasn't. You'd know. Oh, a promotional coupon from Miss Plenty's Provisions for a half cask of salt herring. You could use that. Nice. We got both recent news and an extra supply. We'll hang out with the kids some more. Tell tales of far lands. There's something you saw far across the black ocean. Share it. Your child's eyes grow round as pennies. They store up the memories as dream. They store up the memories as dream fuel. Much later, you find the scene you described scrawled on a foolscape sheet by a childish hand. As I said, we're effectively raising our child to be to have an interest in exploring the sea, so that we're grooming an heir, basically. I'm quite curious to see how all this plays out. Can't do this guy's thing. There's nothing we can do at the wharf either, I don't think. We don't need to hit up the dry dock. Alright, so how are we doing? We actually got quite a bit of fuel and supplies from that. That worked out really well for us. But at the same time, our next venture... Well, once again, we're going off into the unknown. This will be interesting. That's right. I wanted to see how much the Devil Bone dice sells for 20. What did we buy it for? 19. Okay, yeah, a whole 1 profit. Oh, the Zoop sells for 70. You buy it for 70. Okay, that's a nothing run. This is not. Remember, we were given 1,000 money to do the mission, or we need 1,000 money to do the mission we've been given. So don't think that is actually having 1,900. We only have 900. Now, I'm wondering if this is worth grabbing a secure compartment. I don't know if that would, it's... I don't think that's a smuggling compartment. Hmm. Yeah, okay, that's there is a difference between the smuggling compartments and the hidden compartments and the secure compartments. Just because we're gonna have to smuggle the crate of souls that they want in. Okay. I do need a bigger engine at some point as well, because the ship I've mentioned before, people talking about upgrading the ship. Uh, this is the one I want to go for next, which is worth 4,000 in total, with the trade-in value of our existing ship being 1,000, so we need 3,000 flat. But it's also like it's considerably stonkier, more equip slots, but double the weight, which means we need double the engine power. But it gives us like more than double the hull integrity, which yeah, that's pretty nice. Okay, so the what I'm gonna do is probably just head out east and sort of explore this way. The cons are a problem. They'll want to shoot us. We probably don't want to try shooting them because they can probably outshoot us significantly. So I might just try to clear up some of the exploration up here and see how it goes for us. We probably pop into the Copper Quarter, maybe try to get a port report, but the cons are basically opposed to the London folk. Um, but as I said, like, unfortunately, because I knew this was meant to be sort of up the top here somewhere, and not likely too far this way. So that one we at least had a vague idea of where we were going. This is even more vague of just sort of eastward, so sort of anywhere out here. Uh, the concern being fuel and supplies, basically. The further we push, the more supplies and fuel we need, and I don't like our odds of being able to resupply when we're out that far. I'm not like there's the cons here, but we can't shop with them. You need a special permit to be able to shop with them, and I haven't worked out how to make that happen yet. But yeah, okay. So, and we have much less like ports I can hit up on the way through to get port reports. Like this whole venture actually worked out really well for us because we got a ton of port reports on the way through. So when we came back, we had like I haven't had to buy any fuel at this point because we were able to cash in all those port reports for a nice big supply of fuel. This is part of what like makes this game quite interesting for me is like the points of where you're hanging out in port, sort of plotting out where to go next and how far you can stretch your fuel and supplies, and how to sort of make a run profitable and like achieve something at the same time. But it's also why I'm not sure whether this is like particularly interesting to people to watch, because it is just a lot of me sitting around. Like there's all these, like when we're hanging out in towns, it's basically just reading stuff and then yeah. So we might pass by the Salt Lions on the way back in, assuming we get back, and depending on the situation. So I think for the moment we'll go through the keep. We can't get a port report from Station 3, so it'd be pointless to swing out that far. Geez, this really is just going to be a long venture through nothing. We'll hit the keep and then basically just scooch our way down here. Try to get this explored and then further out this way. Yeah, this really is going to be a big long run of open seas, which is concerning. We are sitting on a decent amount of fuel and supplies, but then that's always like, how cocky do you want to be about it? You ought to be. Don't tempt the game. If you turn around and be like, yeah, we're going all right, things are going well, then the game will turn around and just kill you. Never assume things are going well. That's how you die. As for needing sleep, no worries, Kota. I feel you there. The reason the stream started so late is I was absolutely exhausted after work and had to, well, rest for quite a while. Yeah, thanks for popping in, man. I wonder what +1 suppression does. I guess that's a slightly improved chance at evading enemies. Now, we could invest in bigger gun, but I don't think that's really necessary right now. I think going for the long term, saving up for bigger ship is probably better. Bigger gun would be cool, but with our like hull of 75 max total, the issue is not going to be outputting damage. The issue is going to be surviving the return fire. I think for now, yeah, our best bet would just be to save resources. I did remember to pick up the latest news, right? Yes. That we can probably do something with at far out ports. see, we want to pick up some, like, supplies and fuel out to Z. Our method for that will be depending on what we find out there. If we find, like, smaller pirates, we can probably knock them off and take their stuff. If we find less threatening wildlife, we can maybe chop that up and put it in the pot. Ah, I got here too early. I just realized we haven't gone ding. We don't actually have a thing charged. No, no, we got the port report. That's the important bit. That'll offset the fuel very slightly, but nowhere near enough to make this whole venture. Oh, this is gonna be long and dark and full of terrors. You know what, let's take a minor detour to Abbey Rock, and at least we get a port report from it. There it is. So it seems like it's taken a while for some. Probably because we hit the Hunter's port up. It reset the counter. I think that might be how it works. Now, I don't want to expend our recent news here. We will use our something awaits you. Like huge and deadly herons, the sisters stalk along the very tops of the walls. You watch through a spyglass as they leap and whirl, slashing at each other with a variety of frightening weapons. God, one of them just turned a somersault. Alright, well, that didn't do much for us. Yeah, as I said, unfortunately we can't really. Maybe we'll swing by. We'll do a extended venture. We'll hit up Gator's Mourn as well. I'm not going to be able to kill this crab quick enough, am I? If we could kill the crab quick enough before we ate our next meal. Damn it. Yeah, because the small crab, it just lowers the actual hunger meter. It doesn't turn into supplies, so we'll just chop it up. For fragments, fragments are useful, as I said before, whenever you fill up the gauge. It gives you another secret, and you can use secrets to do lots of different things. As I said a few times, I really like the aesthetic of this game. Like, this just looks fucking cool. Oh, hopefully we don't get someone stabbed again. Yep, we got stabbed again. God damn it. Okay, yeah. Buying supplies from here is absolutely not worth it. Ah, these are the guys. Okay, these guys sell a concealed compartment. That's expensive. But it's probably worth having. Again, I think our main priority should probably be getting a better boat. Oh boy. Fisherfolk, sailors, and a shady couple of likely pirates. And is that a drowny down by the water's edge? They sit round at a fire at the sea's edge, passing around a bottle of something viciously black. They're wagering on riddles. Will you join them? Oh, this is... This is big brain stuff. I do not have big brain. I mean, it costs 1 echo. Why not try it? Yeah, no, we fail. Which, yeah, fair enough. It was like a 30% chance to succeed. But, not a great loss there. Not getting the port report is unfortunate. Alright, we'll try to fill in some of the map. Heading down from here. Clean up all this blackness and see what we can see. Need to keep an eye on our supplies and fuel. Because what we're currently exploring, I don't expect to find much in. It looks like it's going to be a mostly empty area, but I want it explored anyway. This is, yeah, so I was mentioning before, the game can be a bit annoying with, like, exploring and filling out the map. Because where it, like, triggers map clearance is hard to work out. If it's a case of you need to be sort of central to the current chunk you're trying to explore. As you can see, it's sort of in chunks. Yeah, this just appears to be... a whole lot of nothing through here, but good to know. Now, we're coming into Khan territory. I don't want to get in a fight with them, because they've got bigger guns. I might try to pop in the copper quarter and see if there's anything we can't do at the moment. Though, it's a bit of a venture to get up in there and then back out. Especially considering we can't really resupply while we're here. So I don't think we can even get a port report from here. So this, yeah, this is what I was saying before. We need the, like, commercial license. Need to go to Khan's Quarry, the nearby palace of the nobility, to seek a license. Yeah, you can buy one fuel for 50 echoes, or one supplies for 50 echoes. %, chance to get a port report. Precious scraps. Rivalry between the Leopard and Eagle clans. The concerns about Chelenate raids. Some appalling gossip about the traitor Empress back in London. Perhaps you shouldn't write down that last one and move quickly on. The fellow at the corner has an informer's look. Okay, we did get the port report, but we're also now slightly more suspicious. I don't know where Nephirite Quarter is. Might be up the back here somewhere. Oh no, wait, it's here. Is there a way to dock there? Doesn't appear to be. I'm not sure then. Going up into this part sort of sets them off. No foreigners allowed. Do not want to pick fights. Yeah, see blame Dredge. Said a bunch of times while I was playing Dredge, I was like, this makes me really want to play some Sunless Sea, and now that is what we are doing. Right. So we are actually out here on other business. Oh, that's a long way down, but alright, it's somewhere. It gives us a... It's not what we're looking for. But it gives us some... No, thank you. I am concerned about the music. Well, that also gives us... I think the boat is patrolling down near the Khan's shadow, so that was... We know... Oh, hey, another port. We know there's a port in there somewhere we can check out. Just keep it in mind, I guess. Oh, hello, that looks... wobbly? Is the port that it's sensing here, is this like an undersea section? Oh boy, this is... I've never been out this far before in any of my runs. This is, this is what I meant when I said this was a bit more on the spooky game side than the comfy game side. God damn it, I just want the... I want the map to get explored before I pull into dock. But it's just not giving it to me. Godfall. Sometimes, just occasionally, bits of the roof fall off. Be glad you weren't here when this one did. Brawling bearded men who live here call themselves monks. They pay lip service to Saint Stalactite, which fell from the roof, but their chief interest seems to be wine, blood, and shouting. Okay. Speak with the monks about their newest member. They escort you to his cell. Used to be a Zailor, one whispers. We were hoping you could help us work out what's wrong. This is related... Interesting. Huh. This is related to the DLC. I don't know if I want to hit that yet. Okay, there's something. Explore the Shattered Citadel. Before the stalactite was a monastery, before it ever fell from the roof, it was a citadel. The fall shattered it and killed all its occupants. Probably. Why don't you take a look? So, of shouting, let them tell you about past and present events at the monastery. They're eager to talk about their history. The stalactite, they assure you, was one of the citadels of the starved men who dwell in the roof. When it fell, a few of its occupants survived to become the monks' progenitors. How does that work, you wonder? Their vow of celibacy? Or how does that work, you wonder, with their vow of celibacy? They become vague and are suddenly eager to speak of the details of passing ships. Now we could use our... Hunting trophy and see what that does here. Of blood. Offer them a hunting trophy as a gift for their collection. Loud. Louder, ever louder. The trophy inspires the monks to feats of bragging. This one broke a giant albino moray's neck. That one wrestled a heptachir. A third punched his way out of a bound shark. A fourth, and so on. You are largely forgotten, but there are truths of note amongst all the tipsy boasting. You got a tale of terror, memory of distancy, and a Z story. I don't know if that's worth, but okay. You have shops? No, that's I'm a little worried about our supply totals. We're still out here looking for polythremine. I think it is. Wondering. That we probably could take on. 180. Is that the... Yeah, okay, I thought so. It's a goddamn poet pirate again. Once again, you are the victor. Once again, the familiar dance. Words are no longer needed. The pirate poet bows her head, acknowledges your victory. Next time, though, a slight smile adds, do not expect her to go so easy. 500 echoes? Fuel supplies and a crate. Damn. The crate had 2 linen in it. Nice. Yeah, we have fought her a number of times. And we met up with her at Guider's Morn, I think it was. And she ended up tattooing us after we got rolling drunk. $500 echoes is good. That's good money. As I said before, my main concern is we're out here, so I can see land down there. We're out here trying to find some sort of like smuggler-related port. That is exactly what we're trying to, and it is exactly that landmass. Okay, things are coming together. Now that I've said that, we're dead. We just missed it earlier, god damn it. It looks like we're like good on supplies and fuel with like 10-10, but keep in mind how far from home we are. We are basically on the other side of the world. Yeah, especially since like we don't know shit about what's out here. This is all darkness. Polythreme? Here is screaming. Taciturn clay men. Taciturn clay men. Evasive clothes colonies? Walking like humans. Cobbles. We actually need these guys. Walking like humans. Cobbles that groan underfoot. On the hills above, a place villa of marble, but even that writhes like buried bones in an earthquake. Gather intelligence. What lives? The king with 100 hearts rules from his palace above the city. He is never seen. He makes no treaties with other lands, but there is unrest in the air. The clay men you speak to are obedient and humble, but they speak nervously of those who are not. The maimed, the rebellious, the unfinished. Now, this is where the Admiralty wanted us to go, but it's also where the smugglers wanted us to go. So we're here on both official business and extremely unofficial business. A contact colony. Your contact waits at the Whistling Eye, a marked bundle of grimy satin. The light here is poor, but it seems to have more gloves than it should. A muttered plea. Please, wheezes a voice from within the mounds of clothing. Take it. I need to pay my debt. Seems that the clothes, mostly gloves, you see, are more wearing than being worn. The pale, sweating fellow within is a prisoner of his wardrobe. Take take the report, though your fingers may shrink from the touch of living cloth that binds him. Return it to London, and perhaps you will help pay what debt he owes. A tale of terror, strategic information, and some regular terror. Lovely. We do actually need clay men for other business. So this might work out for us. These guys have shops? They do, but... Huh. Interesting. We are clay. We will work. We will only work. This trio of clay stokers will reduce crew requirements, but also crew capacity, and will slightly increase engine power. They are fitted to an auxiliary slot. When they are not in use, they will stand patiently, hands by their sides, flat grey eyes unblinking. One will say sometimes, I like it when it's quiet. Extra engine power and extra irons. That is actually pretty tempting. Um, Collect the cheery man's cargo. The great temple has been wounded. It will be years in the dying. It groans and shivers, and the claymen avoid the place out of fear and respect. But you meet one of their number in the shattered chamber where the altar once stood. What souls are these? The clayman swallows the coins in handfuls for safety, not out of appetite, you assume, and hands you a crate of whispering souls. Human? Souls back home are all but silent. Perhaps these are souls of chairs, hats, swords? That's polythreum for you. Return to the Bruiser in London. Do not lose your cargo. Carry claymen to London. Are they passengers or cargo? They're certainly the easiest passengers imaginable, unless, just unless, one turns out to be an unfinished man. Yeah, we've got the cargo space for it, so why not? See what happens. They troop aboard. Each one lies down in its appointed position next to the other, nested snugly, head by foot. We are for London, one explains to you. And I'm gonna buy my own claymen as well, I think. Oh, you can buy multiple. I want to actually equip that in the auxiliary slot. So now, technically, because that's reduced the quarters, what counts as half crew now? Because if you get down to half crew, you move half speed. But now what counts as half crew is going to be like 3 or 4 instead of 5. Interesting. And that also makes our engine power now 1,050, which consumes slightly more fuel, but gives you more speed, rather logically there. Now, we have strategic information, and I believe if we use 2 strategic info, time to put the pieces together. All of these options will give you a single piece of vital intelligence, which you can trade to the Admiral, the Diplomat, and perhaps elsewhere. Make sense of a memory of a distant shores, make sense of a Z story, make sense of hidden moves in the game. We now have 1 vital intelligence. If we get back to London, things are looking decent. Again, I feel like I'm inviting calamity by saying this. Also, goddamn, we've been going for nearly 3 hours. I might take a short break before we make the return voyage. Yeah, I think I will do that. I think we're basically good out here. Let me just check something. Was it this guy? His He has a plot thing. Back on the hunters thing, way back at home, but I think it needed a clay men. Can I? What if I unequip for that? Can I say it? 300 echoes. And they sell here for, yeah, 300, so you're not actually making any profit on them. But I think I might need an extra one for the mission that I'm thinking about. The thing is, I don't know if I want to finish his, like, quest line, because I think that takes him away from you. Hmm. 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 That is actually on pause, right? Yeah, good. Okay, cool. As I said, I'm going to take a short break here. Gonna go get myself a fresh cup of coffee, and I'll mull over what I want to do while I'm taking a short break. What I will do is, unfortunately, we don't have any music playing at the moment. I will just pull up the soundtrack for the game and just let it play some relevant music. But yeah, I will be back in a couple of minutes. I don't go anywhere. Alright, I'm back with a cup of coffee. Okay. I think we're just... We're gonna make our way back. We're gonna... Because I kind of want to, like, cut through here and, like, explore this on the way back. Pig Moat, I've only started, like, I've done one leg of the thing at Pig Moat. So I don't think we can pick much up in the way of, like, supplies or anything from there. So we're basically just going to be hoping that we find fuel and supplies along the way. That's a bad plan. Oh, coffee is hot. Whew. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if many chatty people are around at the moment, but like, how is this going as like something to watch? I don't know if this really is. I think Kota chimed in earlier and said it was good. Um, I just don't know how of interest to people it is. It's a very, as I said, slow sort of atmospheric reading game. Which, I mean, like, given a lot of the sort of stuff I play already. What the heck? A Restless Night. In the watches of the night, you pad softly past the hatch to the crew quarters. A man cries out softly in his sleep, desperately. Another. Inquire about their dreams the next morning. 36% chance, not good. Eyes and a face. Whole Neath lit up like a snuffer mask. There's something in the roof, Captain. It's the roof. It's watching us. Eyes and a face. Eyes and a face. You have him subdued. No discipline this time, but you require your first officer to keep an eye on him. That could have gone worse. Hey, Okomi, how's it going? It is morning here, but whatever time zone you're in, greetings for that. Now, I don't know how nasty that crab might be, but I don't want to fight it while it's in the fog, because we have aiming accuracy down while in the fog. So we're just gonna scoot on by. This might be more like the sea monsters are hunting us. Melting Isles. Oh, hang on, we missed the port, damn it. Autumn Islands, where's that? Alright, there is actually a whole bunch going on down here. I'm really hoping we can pick up some supplies. Or, well, fuel more than anything. This is probably not going to be enough fuel to get us home from this far out. Well, the reason to fight the crab would be we can put it in the pot. We could turn it into supplies. Mangrove College. Why the wise and wicked seek sanctuary here, where the fruits are plenty and the woods wild. Steaming sprawl of parasynthetic vegetation and a village. Barely a village. Old walls, roofs in disrepair. Stilts leaning dangerously. It looks to have been assembled by drunks in a hurry. Dock carefully. Oh dear, this sounds interesting. Ah, well, we can't do this one yet because it requires you to be able to go underwater. Engage an officer, maybe's daughter? Hello, where are you headed? On second thoughts, I don't mind. Can I come aboard? Yes, I'm an engineer, but I'm an engineer in a hurry. Increases veils, iron, and engine power. We already have an engineer that I'm pretty happy with, so I don't really want to pick up another one. I don't know if there's a negative to like just having a bunch of available officers hanging around. As far as I'm aware, they don't, as odd as it may sound, they don't actually take up crew slots. But I don't know if they cost more supplies to just have them hanging around. What else have we got? Pick up a passenger. The Mangrove College is named for its scholars and philosophers. They have long abandoned civilized comforts for the life of the mind. Sometimes they want those civilized comforts back. Curious, that has supplies? What? Was there... Are we? Eat, drink, and be merry. The philosophers of the college are not hospitable, but this whole shoreline is bursting with fruit and edible fungus. Reach up, and it falls into your hand. Pick it up, and it's already fermented. Interesting. Gather supplies. You don't have time to stop and rest, but you can gather plenty of supplies. The college members will grumble, but there's enough to go around. Huh. Okay, we need lots of candles to do that. Unpick the mysteries of other lands. The scholars of the college are hungry for lore. They will help you put the pieces together. Oh, I see. We can convert fragments plus yeah, memories of distant shore or a Z story into... Okay, so that converts into a secret. Unpick the mysteries of the Z. Some of the philosophers of the college have the grizzled air of old sailors, retired mariners, or pirates who have come here to avoid attention. Compile a port report. We definitely want to do. Sages, scholars, philosophers, naturalists, poets, dreamers, here to pursue their rare-field ideals in a land of muddy fecundity. All shall be well. The thinkers of the Mangrove College continue their untroubled and sedentary existence. New schools of philosophy are born and die like bubbles. Extraordinary poetics are written in the water. The occasional retired pirate tries and fails to get invited to salons. We got port report and some supplies. Nice. Fuel is what we desperately need. But supplies is good. Okay. Do they have... No shops. Not good. I don't know why this has got, like, related to the last tour. That's a big quest elsewhere. A checkered character, a shady sword. I am curious about this. We'll try to gather supplies. Wonderful things. Your crew strips a stretch of shoreline bare. It'll have burgeoned again by next week, no doubt. You have 2 extra supplies. Alright, we'll pick up this passenger and see what this leads to. The Mangrove College, we've read that. A shady sword. The course says forest, please, guiders mourn. No, I'm not in a hurry, but I think I might stay below decks. I don't carry the fee on me. You'll have to trust me for it when we arrive. Thank you, a pleasure. Guiders mourn. We can't really route in a trip to Guiders Morn on the way back. That's very up. We are very down. We are already on concerning levels of fuel. I'm just wondering if, like, there's a reason not to have extra officers hanging around. Is this one? So, normally, like, picking up extra officers, like, costs something. In this case, it doesn't seem to cost us anything, so I don't see why not to take her on. Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, well, because the other thing is the officers also all offer, like, storylines. So having them there gives us more storyline access. We'll pick her up and see what happens. Hello, where are you headed? On second thoughts, I don't mind. Can I come aboard? Yes, I'm an engineer, but I'm an engineer in a hurry. Welcome aboard. If anyone comes looking for me, well, I'm not accepting callers. Can I trust you to pass that on? You don't want them distracting me from my duties. We have Maybe's daughter. Smile, a wink, a butterfly tattoo, an intense and detailed knowledge of weaponry and engines. +6 Vales, +3 Iron, engine power +100. Our current engineer is Vales +8 and fuel efficiency +5%. The fuel efficiency +5% is kind of the big one there. We do have the option of having a yak. Perhaps you don't entirely trust her, but she keeps the engines turning, and she's hard to dislike. She also we need a strange catch for the other lady as well. What's with these ladies and wanting weird fish? He needs that for his next step of his thing, but that, I think, comes from doing the Hunter's Keep stuff, which I'm not quite sure. I think we still need more resources together for that. I haven't, like, actually activated this guy's thing yet, because I don't know. Chapel of Lights. I have no idea about that. Um, I think she wanted coffee. Yeah. And he wanted to be somewhere. Hang on, I've got it written down here in my notes. Give me a second. He wanted to go somewhere particular. Sea of Lilies, somewhere to the east central. Well, we are currently in the east central, and honestly, this is the area that feels like it might lead to something called the Sea of Lilies. Actually, what was that thing below us? Autumn Islands. Okay. I don't want to check that out, but the problem is the more time we spend putting around here, if we don't find a source of fuel, we're boned. Hey, Doomington, how's it going? The Mangrove College didn't have shops, did it? No, just quests. Yeah, so she wanted to go to Guider's Morn, which, like, I'm happy to do, but Guider's Morn is all the fucked away out there. I'm not heading back to Guider's Morn yet. We're going back to London first. But we're pushing our luck further out here, which is getting dangerous. Pushing your luck is when things go wrong. But then pushing your luck is what makes it fun. Also, the other thing is, like, to get back out here is a long trip. This doesn't even appear to be like a dockable point, but I just saw a searchlight. Or like a light, either a lighthouse light or a light boat. If it's a light boat, you can usually buy fuel from them, but at a big markup. If it's a lighthouse, oh, we are going way too far out. We approach the Empire of Hands. Let us clasp our souls tight. Let the Pentecost apes take us. Oh dear. I have no desire to fight. Especially a shiny golden ship. I don't know what that's about. The bat is not smelling anything. Alright, I think we've gone way too far. We need to go less far. What? What? Oh, okay, it's the ship that's setting us off. I just noticed the giant fucking ribcage. I thought that was what was setting off the battle stations. Oh god. I have not played Sunless Skies. I very much want to, though. Space Trains is definitely my jam. And I really like this game, so I think I would very much enjoy... Ooh, something. We found something. Oh, that's a ways down, though. what did it call it? Fathoming Hold? Our fuel situation's getting extremely dire. Whoa! Oh, this things got worse. Things got worse. That's a mouse. This is a port, but Jesus Christ, what the hell? What? What? Fathoming Hold, Lorcan's port, named for the most enterprising of drownies. Phosphor cells burn green somewhere below. The king waits. Why has it got a special background? No shops. Oh dear, this is not a place. Well, it's a place, but it's like an iceberg, like a bazaar master's scheme. Like the Neath itself, most of the hold is invisible. You see only a tiny portion of sculpted coral that rests. The rest waits below the surface. Fathom King's bone room and aquaria, his pearl snares and his dining chambers. Definitely want to compile a port report. And these guys want Sindelak, which is a bit annoying to get a hold of. What else do we have here? The Z story and something awaits you. Those granted audience return dazed, awestruck. The king is not generous, but occasionally he is fair. Well, why don't we go with an audience to the king? The Fathom King is the lord of the drownies, those dead who won't stop swimming. By some accounts, he's the lord of all who die at sea. Bring him a story to tickle his curiosity. Speaking to the porter has the skin of a shark. She has a drowned woman's eyes. It's not permitted to look at her hands. Yes, she rasps, that story is sufficient. She opens the valves of pearl and permits you to pass into the conduit. The throne cyst. This is the salt-blown heart of the hold. The Fathom King floats in his throne, a gem-starred bowl of sea stone, the size of a banqueting table. He's wearing a dressing gown of purple brocade, soaked dark with salt water. He leans his chin calmly on his hands. Beneath the surface of the water in his throne, his hidden regions pulse constantly, incessantly. I've come to plead for a sailor's life. Perhaps it's someone you knew, perhaps you're feeling philanthropic, perhaps you're simply desperate for crew. This is an well, okay, yeah, we're good. We can't anyway, we're full. But, listen to a Karganian emissary. Here's a visitor from the Timon clan in a grey robe patterned with a leaping fish. She describes events at the Khan court, skirmishes with the Chelenate Z-Beast attacks. She eats out something awaits you, or ask a boon of the king. You have brought the king a story gift. You may ask a gift in return. It is impossible to know what you'll receive. If somehow he were to give us fuel, that would be amazing. Otherwise, if we weren't so desperate for fuel, I'd go with this one. Sea coal, black fire, the king intones, risen from the sea. Remember me with its vapors. He smiles directly into your eyes. The audience is over. You return to the surface. Hunched, plated, scuttling slaves haul baskets of wet coal behind you. Hey, okay. That's probably not enough to get us home, but it's enough to get us. I'm worried if I permit shore leave, someone doesn't come back, but... A ruby dream. Captain, I walked the shores at the edge of the coral caps. The drownies sported there. They called my name. They said I could join them if I partook of the feast. Their eyes were red pearls. Captain, I dare not sleep. There is such a hunger on me. Well, that did not go well. We got fuel. That's the important bit. We got much desperately needed fuel. Oh boy, we have really, really gone way further than I had intended. We really should, like, start scooching up towards Pigmote. Yeah, but it's, like, it's for the lore, the stories. Like, yeah, obviously looking at that, taking shore leave on the Kingdom of the Dead is not going to end well, but it will end interesting. Drownies in this case being like the undead. Drowned sailors that did not die. Reef of Roses. Hang on. Was Reef of Roses something to do with Sea of Lilies, not Reef of Roses. Our Terra is getting up higher than I'd like as well. Now this is probably going to be an undersea thing. That's quite pretty. There is something underwater some distance to the west, yeah, so this is probably something to do with underwater shenanigans. That looks like the, pirate poet. It's definitely her boat. By keeping us behind them, we can train our guns onto them quicker and slow their ability to train their guns onto us. It is indeed the pirate poet. I'm starting to recognize that boat. Once again, the familiar dance. 100 echoes, but more importantly, a fuel and supplies. And a cask of mushroom wine, okay. We can either sell that, or there's a lot of places that want, like, mushroom wine for doing events, so honestly, that's not bad. Cats! I'm not... Okay, I'm not going down that far. That's getting us way too far off course. We need to be heading back up. What I am going to do is make note of that. Unfortunately, the Zbat scan disappears when it scans something else. Um, Visage. Well, it's a port of some kind, question mark. Again, I've never explored this far out in the game. This is well beyond anything I've seen before. Okay, Visage, yes. I see. Hide your face. Hide all your faces. This is the port of Visage, where faces may not be naked. Oh! There's actually a thing. Ah. Once you set foot on Visage, you may be here. Okay, so there's a story happening here. I'm not gonna do that right now because we've got many people, like many other events queued up. So I'll just sort of. Do you have shops? You don't have shops, of course you don't. I'll just take note of the place. We'll take a port report. That will have to do. All departing merchants give you a confused account of crocodiles and honeycakes, and something about ear blockage. To this, you add your own impressions about the street layout close to the port and the types of commerce here. When the lights are especially bright, it's possible to make out the details of the profiles of that great stone face. Yeah, we'll note this place down. And, come back here later. As I said, we've got, like, a lot of other things going on right now, so... I'm not... That said, I'm making my way towards Pigmote, which is... another big story island, but I'm making my way towards Pigmote because I know it's there, and I think we might be able to get some supplies out there. Mushroom rocks. Mycelica. This game, like, oh man, this shit's so cool. The Utter Shroom. Again, I know, I just gotta remember that it's there. But that doesn't sound like the kind of place where, ooh, do not want to fight. That's a big boy ship. Interesting. Just, like, I need to get back home alive with everything we've got. Again, it does, like, the situation doesn't look dire, but just keep in mind how much of a, like, return voyage we're currently making. Is that the freaking... No, that's a tiny ship. Easy pickings. And watch as they fuck us up. Not much on them, though, unfortunately. Stout crate with 2 fuel! Thank you! No! Running away quickly! How much health does it have? Can't see, because the freaking UI's in the way. 30 crew, though, that's a shitload of crew, so I really don't want to be tangling with that. Ah! I fucking closed the game by accident! Ah! Hopefully, it should have saved at last port, I think. I accidentally clicked the cross button. Damn it. That's what I'm actually using as the for the wallpaper image for this. Yeah, okay, cool. It's saved when we're back at the visage. That's fine. Not too far back. Did we already refought the... Poet. So I just wanna... So the problem is, like, the cross for closing the map is here, and then just up, like, a tiny bit is the closed window, because I'm running the game in the window. That's probably a big crab. I don't want to fight that. Not with already, like, 20 hull missing. And yeah, this is that guy. We don't want to fight him right now. I didn't catch how strong it was, but 30 crew is enough for me to be considerably concerned that they are packing way more firepower than I want to deal with right now. Probably shouldn't be exploring more at this point. That's asking for trouble. That I'm super curious about. But there's, yeah. Oh, hey. Rat ships! We can fight them. I'd rather not. We're actually... I've been siding with the rats on Pigmote, so... Our terror is actually getting concerningly high. Whew, that's expensive. I'm going to assume this is going to be like the next leg of Pigmote, which I wasn't really wanting to do at this point, but maybe help Morini resolve a dilemma. An aide runs over. Hairless advisor, you return to us. Praise the tide. We need your wisdom once again. So this is going to be probably a chunky story bit. A chill hangs over the chicken woods. The trees creak in the still air. The aide shivers. Do you feel it, Hairless advisor? They say a monster lives out here, where even our light cannot reach. Our farmers refuse to tend their mushrooms until they can be sure of reaching them safely, but we can find no trace of the beast. What can we do? Burn the trees, leave it nowhere to hide? Best weapon against irrational fear is a good distraction. A party, perhaps? But only a 36% chance of success. That's pretty bad. The smell of burning forest, fire, smoke. No sign of a monster, alive or dead. Still, the adventurers given Murinia's soldiers fresh training of a sort, and the farmers have little to fear walking this new charcoal path to the mushroom fields. Gained... Oh dear. Gained 1 might, lost 2 civilization. It is now at 1 civilization. This has not worked out in the past, so I don't think it'll work out well again, but we shall see. Oh god, Can I see the status of Pigmote from here? We need to increase civilization. Increasing spirit with supply crates is not really, at the moment, something I want to do. Alright. Well, that didn't go terribly, but I suppose I can swing by. I think they sell fuel at a high price, but not like bank-bustingly high. We also need to, like, lower Terra. Gonna charge, hopefully kill it before it charges. I think... yeah, killing it lowers Terra, which is good. Oh, interesting. It has something to do with Visage. It looks very, like, flourishing of years, the grand shrine face of Visage. Something about the eyes, the sternness of the mouth. Perhaps only that it stares at the roof, just as flourishing of years does. Now it dissolves. Well, at least it didn't give us more terror. Hopefully we can get a bit of terror reduction at, well, this is probably not the best place to be trying to reduce terror. This contraption leads to the surface. I've never attempted to get up to the surface because it costs a ton of resources to attempt it. I did forget that, like, killing enemies lowers your terror, so that's actually something worth keeping in mind. It is worth fighting. I can't remember if putting it into the pot gives terror. Oh, no, okay, this is something different. Spreading stain. It's gone. You are left with gooey gloves and a buttery smell, and this purple thing. Is it an egg? A heart? A less fortunate traveler dissolved and shriveled to mauve ruin? Put it somewhere safe. I actually need strange catches, so that's... I didn't realize they could turn into a strange catch. Cumayan Canal staging area. The canal ascends through the locks and gates and shadowed turns to the sunlight of the surface. Yeah, so you need a shitload of supplies and fuel to attempt it. And gather information for a port report, which is always useful. The gates open and shut. The lock remains free from sabotage. If anywhere besides London is safe in all the undersea, it's here. The surface nations have an interest in keeping the way open. These guys have, yeah, okay, so it's not like... You don't want to be buying here, but stock a bit enough to get us home. We'll also listen for surface gossip. A sorry end. A card game ends badly when one surface sailor knifes another for all the usual reasons. The other players scrabble for the coins that spill from her pockets, but you snatch up a scrap of paper they overlook. Curious markings, dates, times, code names, spies work. You now have 1 times move in the great game. Alright, that's useful. Oh, interesting. You can also be used as an item. Lures are submerged. Oh, okay. So, yeah. So some of the, like, when fights against the beasties take longer, they drop themselves underwater. So you can use that to force them back above water. That's interesting. I think you need a, yeah, strange catch. Her father, question mark? She becomes more talkative when she has something to cut. Perhaps you can get her to say more about her father. Who was he then? There's flensing, deboning, and orderly arranging of scales from large to small. This was the creature's favorite organ, she says. Working briskly with tweezers and a blade. Don't touch it. The purple bits are toxic. She only turns to personal matters when she's had a chance to rinse her fingers. I get my proficiency with metal from both sides of the family, she says, watching your expression closely. Then, Mother was a favorite with Mr. Iron. She says they only worked together, that Mr. Iron sponsored her work and provided her with tools. Sharper tools that do not bend so easily. Now we need a live specimen. No, I haven't encountered those at all. I can't... Who else needed... Was it the new lady? That wanted a strange catch as well? Yeah. Well, and supplies. Well, supplies is normal. Most of them want supplies. You want coffee. You want to go somewhere specific. You want that thing at the Hunter's Copse, which is all kinds of business. Alrighty. No, I'm not going to be stingy. I'll buy up to 5 fuel. Swing by Mutton Island to pick up the port report, because that can then be converted into an extra fuel. And then back to London. If we encounter any more small creatures while we're out here, we'll take them on. Larger creatures or large vessels we do not wish to tangle with. Big red crabs we could probably fight. I would normally not be running the light to conserve the fuel from running the light, but since our terror situation is also pretty bad, we kind of need to run the light. This is different. Approach Mutton Island. There's something in the air today? A restless breeze? Approach the dock. It's probably nothing. The moment passes. Ship slides into dock. Time passes on Mutton Island. Has something changed on Mutton Island? Curious. Mutton Island bustles, villagers scurry on countless errands, and the smell of baking fish wafts from ovens. Locals touch up the whitewash on the cottages, bunting crowns the village. On the shore, a band practices, and beyond, amongst the rocky shoals around the islands, drownies begin to congregate. Ask about it. Sorry, much too busy. A royal visit. You look for someone else. Did this place have shops now? What's going on here? In the way. You manage to get a few moments' attention from the custodial chief. It's the fruits of the Z festival, he tells you. 30th. 30 were promised, 30 delivered. Now his complexity comes to visit Alfair Island. He turns to a hurrying fisherman who struggles under a mound of bunting. Is that all there is? More bunting, he screeches. More bunting. You'll get nothing from Mutton Island at the moment. But that lost us some terror, which is nice. We also got a story and an intriguing snippet. No port report, though. Ah, small crab. Is it? So what are we at? Terror 40? Yeah, okay. Killing small crab also reduces terror. Now, actually, eating it, probably good, because that will clear most of the bar. Save us a unit of supplies. Do we still have... Hang on. I don't think we ever used our, recent news, so we can take that to these guys. Since it's going to go to waste if we dock with it still with us. Speak to the crew. They long of news from home. In the bleaching glare of the lens, amongst the smells of oil and metal, you sip tea and chat. The Z's terror resides. 5 less terror, and an extra story for that, which is very Good. Effectively, less terror for free. And barring, like, our engine just exploding, I think we've actually made it back from this mad venture. Holy Christ. We still need to get in the dock is the problem. Port security might not be too happy with us bringing in unsanctioned crate full of souls. But I have options there. Hey, look! It's port security. But they're not looking for what... Interesting. Some things are too illegal for the customs service to admit the existence of. The Ministry are here looking for those, which we don't actually have anything extremely illegal. We only have things that are, that hadn't been taxed. They're not actually illegal substances, the crates of souls. We just, they haven't, the ones we're carrying haven't been taxed yet. So, that actually works out. Nothing to hide. And in fact, we lose the one suspicion we did have. Okay, something's changed. Someone wants to sign on. Another day, another free evening. And that's all for now. Warm congratulations. Welcome home. You may ask how I know it. You may ask how it is I am here to meet you. And I may remark that we have eyes in the water, in the wastes, and eyes in the hill. In fact, we have more eyes than a knot oracle, and they are all glad to see you, and of course, your cargo. Hand over the cargo and claim your payment. Oh, very good. Please accept this small token of my thanks, and please also accept, please accept a small token of my thanks, and also accept my thanks, and my patron's thanks. Which, we being persons of honor, what understands the true nature of dealings is much more important. Still, spending money is always good, isn't it? And a captain must eat, and so must a ship, which is why, if you look under the pier, there you will find a new helpful contribution of fuel and so forth. Oh, okay. Yeah, alright. We got 200 money, 3 fuel, and 1 supply for it, which is not bad. Especially, like, considering we had other stuff to do out there. If that was all we got from that venture, that would be bad. But we achieved lots of other stuff while we were out there as well. So, hey, Green, how's it going? Now. We need to deliver to Claymen. This is where they want to be, or at least where they're supposed to be. Sure, one by one, they rise uncomplainingly, with no trace of stiffness or discomfort from the long voyage. The deck resounds beneath their heavy tread. A shroom yard manager waits on dock, tapping her foot. About time, she says. Here's your payment. Come along now, you. There's a good construct. 120 echoes. It's all right. Money, not great, but again, because we did so many things at once, it sort of makes the venture worthwhile. Bit sick is not good. Probably nothing too serious. Now, I think this I want to is the one I want to do. We've got other things we want to hand in at first. Yeah, we currently have no commission from them, so we can accept a new commission. This port. Speak to our agent there and return. We'll see that you're rewarded. Visit the port below and return to London. You can check the details of your journal at any time. Chapel of Lights, somewhere northeast of London. Oh, lovely. Back up into the frigid wastes. Though, someone... I think he wanted to go to the Chapel of Lights, so... This, again, could be useful, sort of multi-venture shenanigans. Give me a second, sorry. I'll do the vital intelligence in a second. We'll dump off the port reports first. We had handed that in before, but cash and fuel, always good. Godfall, I think, is the first time we're handing this in. Yep. Abbey Rock is old news. These boys, they aren't even worth fuel. Khan's Heart. This one might be worth a bit more. Yes, that was worth a good bit more. The Mangrove College. This is our first time handing that in as well. Visage. Also our first time handing that in. Fathom King's Hold. Not worth much, but again, all of these are useful in the sense that we get fuel. So we've just gone from 2 fuel to 15 fuel. Suddenly, we're doing alright for fuel. Submit vital intelligence. What's that? Tell me quickly. Vital intelligence. Yeah. I'm glad you brought this to me. I have a colleague of sorts, a diplomat, so-called. I will tell you because I trust you. This diplomat will pay better, but I will put the information to better use. He leans forward. There are powers in this world I cannot speak of. There are affairs of the Navy I'm not proud of. Bring me more information like this, and we can set matters right. Recovering... What? Covering ex-supremacy London? A decent payout, though. Huh. Ask the Admiral what he thinks of the voracious diplomat. The diplomat, a half-legendary, all-infamous figure whose connection to the Admiralty is obscure. Frank Scowl. An unprincipled scoundrel, the Admiral snaps. If you have intelligence, bring it to me. Don't go off the books. Ah. Voracious diplomat. The diplomat lives near Mansion's Pyre in a second-floor office above a gymnasium for pugilistic ladies and gentlemen. Conversation is punctuated by distant shouts and blows. The diplomat smiles fondly at the sounds. Ah. Ask about the diplomat's role. What kind of diplomacy is involved? Catley grin. The kind of diplomacy that I should probably say diplomacy. Diplomacy is me being stupid. The kind of diplomacy that doesn't get written down. I'm attached to the Admiralty, not the Foreign Office. London is not what she was, but she still has interests abroad. I look after them as best I can. I do hope you're patriotic enough not to ask for too many details. Ask about the dark spectacled Admiral. Carefully neutral expression. Well now, the Admiral is a man of principle, very straightforward, very traditional in his views. I think it rather courageous of him to expect the Navy to operate without outside assistance, and he has excellent taste in both chamber music and wine. I hope that makes my feelings clear. Over here, pick up an agent. I have a friend, the diplomat says, who, casually, would be grateful for passage somewhere else. The Carnate, for instance, or Port Carnelian? An agent will allow you to establish an intelligence network, and sometimes it will grow. Ah. A name, an address. Both are probably temporary, but they're all you need. You now have a diplomatic agent, but cost us one Admiralty favor. Wonder what this does. Costs a move in the game and a favor. The diplomat takes no notes, only listens with utmost concentration, fingertips touching, eyes lightly closed. The payment is small but welcome. You've lost 1 moves for 50 echoes. I think that pays better than the Admiralty. The Admiralty didn't pay much for moves in the Great Game. Now, Vital Intelligence is going to take some work to get to another one of those together. Do we have anything worth handing into the Scholar? Huh. Now, the extraordinary implication, I think the Scholar does pay out pretty well for it. I don't know what the Gossip does. Oh, zesty, zesty. This one will do very well, thank you. Your payment. 50 echoes. See, now here, we're at 2,300 money. We are actually getting close to being able to afford the ship. The downside, it needs more engine than we've got. We'd also need an engine upgrade to be able to properly make use of a new ship. Mm. I'm just thinking, like, what I want to approach next. We've still got her. She wants to go up to Guider's Morn. Um, and the Admiralty wants us to go way north. So that could, like, another northward venture could be worthwhile. We don't have the inventory space, really, at the moment to do a, Salt Lion run. Hmm. I'd spend some time with the child again. Tell your child and your sweetheart of the surface. The sun is bright and cruel, and sweet as peaches. Someday. Neither of them has ever seen the surface. Not yet. Minus 20 terror is nice. Hasn't got us all the way out of trouble yet, but that's a good drop. I mean, it's not like a big enough worry that I'd want to spend the 100 echoes, but we could use the house to just have a rest, which brings the terror down. We can buy coffee here, can't we, to do her thing? How much is the coffee? 50. I only have 50% chance to succeed. Well, actually, I've got some ideas. First, we'll do this, because this will up our iron, but gives us a chance to take a wound. Alright? Because if we take a wound, then it's worth resting, which will heal our wound and take our terror down to 0. There we go. Alright, so now we will take that rest. Oh, I never gathered the news, actually. Okay. And clears the wound, clears the terror, and gives us 2 restful nights.
And with those sort of increases to iron, brings this up to a 60% chance to succeed. A closely fought battle. She's strong, but you're stronger. She's a good sport, but seems more depressed than you might have expected. Halfway through the sorbet, looses the thread of the conversation, snaps her spoon in half, apologizes, stares moodily out of the porthole, flings the spoon fragments across the room, apologizes again, and pushes the rest of the sorbet away. Yes, snuff it, she growls. I'm getting old. I shouldn't be. My bloody father. You know what the College of Mortality is? Our very own elected hell. They chose our king. They tell us when to die. He cheated them, so now I'm getting old. She drains her glass. Old. Too old for this. I'll see you in the morning. She rises to her feet with uncharacteristic clumsiness and stumbles out, but not before you've seen tears in her eyes. Interesting. That also gave us 1 iron. Whoop. Hey, Tabaric, how's it going? Welcome, everybody. Thanks for the raid. Playing retro. That does not help. What were you playing? What is retro? Yeah, well, I suppose what is retro? These days, what classifies as retro is, uh, I still draw the line at PS3 not being retro, but that's mostly because the thought of PS3 being okay. I have logic behind that. The PS3 is HDMI. At HDMI, that's the cutoff line. But like the thought of PS3 being classified as retro does me psychic damage. Oh, boarding action. Sudden boil of bodies at the rail. While your sailors were sighing over the sights of London, armed foreigners were slipping up the side of the ship. They wear tight-fitting dark uniforms and carry complicated multiplicities of blades. The Presbyterian adventurers the Presbyterian adventuress curses apologetically. Out of time, she says. Give up? Assassins from the college. Yes, they're here for me. No, I didn't mention it. Yes, you're right to be cross. If you want to give me up, that's fair. She offers you her pistol. I'd listen to her. One of the assassins adds in perfect English. This is a sacred duty. We'll pay you a sacred price. What's a gang of unexpected assassins between friends? Have at them. Ugh. Furious defense. The assassins fight fiercely and in near silence. Your crew sunders the silence with yells and shots, and the adventuress outdoes them all with whoops of fierce delight. At last, you drive the assassins back over the side. They take to their oracles and wisp into the night. Your casualties are lighter than you'd feared. All right, the adventuress says, lowering her blade. All right. Oh, and thanks. She adds almost as an afterthought. We succeeded, but we lost a dude, so we'll have to fill that slot. I don't want to be down any dudes. We're already running very lean on crew. Gained 1 iron out of it, which is not bad. What the heck? Did it just... Did it do the shout out twice? Or is my thing bugging out? Interesting. Speak to the adventuress. All's well, Captain. Did you need something? Oh, this is just regular. Ask the adventuress why you've been ambushed by assassins from her homeland, or demand that she leave the ship. I owe you an explanation, don't I? What I'm about to tell you is a deep secret, a college secret, but people have died. I owe you an explanation. None shall live 1,000 years. In the Presbyteriate, in the south, we're close to the mountain and far from the sun, so we could live forever, were that permitted. It isn't. The law is none shall live 1,000 years. My father made it to 1,011. He grins with shamefaced pride. Good for him, bad for his children. The law for me is thou shalt not live 100 years. I'm out of time. That's why I left the Navy. College will get to me. They always do in the end. And I can't keep letting other people die for me. She stands to go. Will you help me find a way to die well? In battle would do. Or a duel. I don't want to be, just shot by a pirate, eaten by a shark. I want people to talk after I'm gone. She offers you a hand. I'm sorry. I don't particularly want her to die, though. Um... Hmm. I'm just trying to think what venture I want to make next. We still need to drop the suspicious person off at Guider's Morn, and we've got the Admiralty itself wants us to go up north, as does this guy. So a journey northward might be not a bad venture. It might be a bit boring for you guys, though, because I'll basically be doing the loop up through here again, hitting all the ports on the way through. And then we just need to sort of go further this way into the darkness. But we've literally done this voyage on stream already today. But that's what the voyage would be back up this way, hitting as many of the ports as we can to gather port reports to offset our fuel costs. And then out into the darkness. And hopefully find the Cathedral of Lights. Other options, we can head down to the port down here. Because we've got... that's to do with the submarine business, getting under the sea. We've got the thing we need to do the next leg here. I've been down here, but I didn't actually like travel underneath the Dawn Machine, because yeah, I was a bit worried about what that might do. The Dawn Machine is super cool. It might be worth like just checking that out. But like that's as a venture, that's not doing as much good. Apart from like doing the submarine stuff. By heading back out, like also heading back up, we can. Well, I could probably do a trip to the Hunter's Keep anyway. Other options, we could go into the Khan's area and try to establish a spy network. Um, but that said, since we've got the spy network option, I think both Grand Geode and down here we can also establish spy networks. But that's not a high priority thing for the moment. Yeah, unfortunately, as I said, it's gonna be like retreading stuff we've seen to do this efficiently, but we want to hit like all the ports on the way up. Um, Probably hug the way up here, get port reports from all these, and then sort of swing out like that, and hope what we're after is not too far off out this way, and then swing back down. Guider's Mourn is where the Traveler wants to get to, so that sort of works. We come back, swing by Guider's Mourn. Depending on the situation, we might do Salt Lions if we've got enough inventory free by the time we're coming back. Needs 20 inventory free to do Salt Lions, which is that's half our inventory. We'd have to be in a like low supplies, low fuel state for it to be worth hitting the Salt Lions. But it is good money. Uh, yeah. Yeah, I think another, unfortunately, yeah, not so exciting to watch, but another journey northward is probably the best for now, since it deals with multiple uh things. It also allows me to check in on the Hunter's Keep and see exactly what we needed to do the thing there. So we definitely want to buy some more supplies. We thankfully currently have a decent amount of fuel after so long with no fuel. At least 10 supplies, at least. Probably bump it up to 15. Do we have any other business back home at the moment? We could cash in the extraordinary implication, but I don't, not just yet, I think. Yeah, Chapel of Lights, that's where we want to go. Oh, I forgot. That. Far southeast. King Eater's Castle. the main life goal, as it were. Actually, got brisk campaigner. Boy, you need a real physician, none of your surgeons. It normally costs money to pick these guys up. The brisk campaigner is a skilled doctor who increases hearts and iron. Engage an officer, the haunted doctor. Please, I must leave this place. I can work my passage. I'm a doctor. The haunted doctor increases hearts and pages. Now, what I'd like is a more advanced cook, because our current cook is not very good, but we haven't had cooks become available. I think we'll just continue on our path of, like, collecting officers. Welcome aboard. Thank you. This is mine. It'll do very nicely. Excuse me. I'll just turn up the oil lamp a touch. I dislike the dark. Heart 6, pages 3, a doctor aboard +1. We now have 2 doctors. I need a way to improve my pages. I just don't have a way to do that. Okay, yeah, we'll, venture upward. I'll probably grab some more supplies, as I said. Better to be overstocked than understocked. It's not exactly efficient buying supplies at 20 apiece, but what are you gonna do? Last thing we want is to run out of supplies or fuel while we're at sea. Actually, might try to repair the holes in the ship. That's probably going to be more expensive than I want to spend. Where are we? Yeah, 100 echoes for a full heal. Or we can let the rats attempt it for 3 supplies, which is effectively 60 echoes. Something like Christmas. You wait for the rats to arrive, and wait, and wait. A whole night passes. That morning, you stamp down the gangplank in a state of some irritation to find the ship in eerily perfect condition. Only 1 crate of supplies is missing. The rat foreman seems as confused as you. He looks at his feet and sketches a sign with his finger, a looping conundrum of a symbol. He mutters something under his rat breath. Fungus? You are fortunate. Your hull is fully repaired for a cost of only 1 supply. Nice, it worked out. We have full repaired the ship for 20 echoes. I will take that. I will take that gladly. Okay. As I said, we're taking a bit of a meandering... Whoop. A bit of a meandering journey up north. And then, like, severely northeast. You can't save in this game. Well, technically you can save, but if you save, it puts it into non-serious mode. Otherwise, it just saves every time you leave port. So technically, we did just save. But because it's a roguelite game, you can't You can't do manual saves. Well, again, you can do manual saves, but it kicks it out of, like, roguelite mode. Alright, we're gonna meander a bit until we get the, something awaits you. And then we'll go visit the ladies at the... There we go. It saves every time you leave a port. Right, so this... Okay, we'll definitely pick up a port report while we're here, which... This is what I'm interested in. We need, an empty mirror catch box and Clayman marked for London. Also needs one distant memory, one tale of terror, one Z story, which we have. Well, we haven't been pushing our luck severely, but we have been running lean. I forgot to pick up the... that could be dangerous. Shit. I'm gonna turn back. It's a bit of a waste of resources, but what? That ship just disappeared? Just because we're running so lean on crew, if we have an event that eats, like, multiple crew members, it could be very dangerous. Well, yeah, there we go. We should, yeah, basically we should have done that before we left port. Once again. Take two. Excuse me. Have you played this one, Wiki? I don't know if this is your sort of game. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, it is like 9 years old at this point, which is like, fuck. Where's the time gone? Alright. What? Uh-oh. A hump of dark rocks swathed in mist like 100 other undersea islands. A grand house rises on the rock, a silhouette empty of lights. The uncut grass on the lawn bends, rises, bends again in the breeze. You smell damp stone and, faintly, blood. Go up to the house. Crunch across the gravel and knock up to the door. The brass of the door knocker is tarnished. The paint is beginning to peel in the salt sea air. No one answers, but the door is unlocked. World in darkness. The hall is dark, the parlor too. There are signs of disturbances here and there. A smashed cup, an overturned piano stool, scratches on the walls. You begin to pick up a page of paper and hold it to the light. It's an unfinished poem. You think the handwriting may be Phoebe's. There's an absent moon, the gnawing hunger in my heart. The well, the sea, a great many crossings out. There are sounds from downstairs, from the kitchen. You push open the door cautiously. Something clings to the ceiling. Something turns yellow eyes to you and hisses. Something, somewhere, has changed. What? Thing in the kitchen. The yellow-eyed maid clings to the ceiling like a lizard, fierce and wry in her ragged uniform. The silent house. The house seems empty. All is still. I hope we haven't locked out his side story from here. The thing in the kitchen. The yellow-eyed maid clings to the ceiling like a lizard, fierce and wry in her ragged uniform. Oh, we read that already, yeah. Catch her with a net or coax her down. 92% chance of netting. Hold down. Like trying to get a jaguar out of a tree. 3 of your crew are bitten badly, but at last you restrain her and she lies on the table, glaring and growling. What now? You try to question her. Those poor sailors, she spits. You realize that in all the time you spent at Hunter's Keep, she had never spoken. Poor sailors, I didn't come here for this. Something them the well? With a serpentine wriggle, she's free from the net. She returns to the ceiling in one inhuman leap. This does not really help us much at this point. Okay. I don't know. 50% chance of success to discover what happened here. An empty house. Bedrooms, bathrooms, the breakfast room, the servants' stairs, all empty of life. The long case clock at the top of the stairs ticks like a heart. Outside, the seas sigh. We failed, unfortunately. Oh, can we just keep doing this at a cost of, like, terror? A distant song. You cock your head and listen. Someone is singing. A woman's voice. Softer the fountain lingering falls the southern moon. The sound takes you up the winding stairs to the turret at the back of the house. You try the door at the top. Locked. Sound ceases. It was Phoebe's voice. You call out to her. What's happened? We wanted their stories, she explains reasonably. We only wanted their stories in the beginning. We get so starved for stories out here. But then Lucy. She breaks down sobbing. Want us to break down the door? Your bosun whispers. While you're considering the answer, one of your crew swears and points. Smoke is leaking from beneath the door. I deserve an ending, Phoebe calls out. When you press your hand to the door, you can feel the heat on your palms. House is on fire. The fire begins in Phoebe's turret room, but it spreads quickly. Sailors tumble, choking from the door as the smoke billows out. The yellow-eyed maid leaps from a window and streaks across the lawn on all fours. Save Phoebe? Her mind may be lost to grief and madness, but at least perhaps you can save her flesh from the flames. A desperate rescue. A bucket chain passes up water from the sea, enough to slow the flames a fraction, and to soak the cloths you wrap yourself in. You dash through the flames, your skin crisping, eyebrows sizzling. Your hair grows back patchy after. Phoebe is slumped against the wall. You seize her, sling her over her shoulder, dash out. The spine of the house breaks with a roar. The roof falls in. Sparks fly up towards the false stars so far above. The death of the house takes hours, but it is total. Only a cindered shell remains. Phoebe weeps when she wakes. Racking sobs shake her body. You should have left me. It's all that she'll say for the longest time. Her face is horribly burned. She goes bandaged, after, like the half-dead of the tomb colonies. Perhaps she's half-dead herself. It'd be difficult to tell underneath. We lost a crew. We now have the scarred sister. Lost 5 Terra, really? Really? How did we lose 5 Terra? I like... A house burning down, I guess, yeah, not, like, maybe not terror-inducing, but I wouldn't think it, like, curative of terror either. Oh, dear. Hey there, Dr. Anime, how's it going? Oh, we got a port report for that. Keeps end. Hunter's Keep in ruins. Okay, cool. We can still do his thing, and now, we don't actually need this, the sister's requirement for it. We just need the... Okay, we need a Foxfire candle now. We still need the empty mirror catch boxes. We have no idea how to get. We do know how to get clay men. It's just a long, long voyage. Is the scarred sister. She was the youngest sister of the Hunter's Keep 3. Now her home is gone. She will not show her face nor speak of what occurred, but she is prepared to use her education to help heal your crew. We've got so many doctors. Ooh. Now, what way down? I'm not going to do this right now, but this seems like it could be a dangerous line of questioning. Pick over the ruins of the great house. No one has come to reclaim Hunter's Keep, despite its proximity to London. The place has an eerie reputation. It's difficult to see why. Today. The place is as peaceful as folly in a park. The air is still. Far across the water, the lights of London glow. Oh, we got an outlandish artifact out of that. Well, that was a whole ass adventure of stuff I was not looking for. The things we run into. We were trying to head up north. I was just stopping by Hunter's Keep because it's just kind of what I do. We lost a crew member as well. God damn it, we gotta... Again, because we're running so lean on crew. I want to just wait until the thing goes ding before we hit port. Do we have, we should have local news. We'd go visit these guys, give them the news, and then head back, and that should, probably be enough time. I don't know if you need to be, like, enough far out at sea enough for it to be, like, charging. Don't know if it counts if you're just hovering around port. That looks like our friend. For those not familiar, this is our rival, the poet pirate. That was the gong I was waiting for. Whew, that paid out good this time. 500 echoes, some fuel supplies, and in a box. Drowning pearls. The Fathom King spits these out. Your bosun offers. Cough 'em up like a cat does a hairball. He catches your skeptical glance. True as I'm here, Captain. There's a fancier word for it all. Nakribazor? Or I'm a lubber. Whatever encyclopedias the bosun has been drinking. These are drowning pearls, alright. And they have a heft, the sheen, and the chill. Huh. The only problem is that's taking up, inventory space. Our, hold is going to be nearly full. Oh, unless those... Okay, those don't count as cargo hold. Okay, good. I have no idea what those are for. Keep trying to set out for a journey to the north, and it keeps not happening. Nothing to hide. I wonder if the text is different. I trust the sisters are keeping well. They are citizens of her enduring majesty's notionally. This is ghastly news. The poor girls. We had warned them that they wanted safe, but it had been so long, I thought, well, it's done. Thank you. I'll have to look into the matter of a supply post. So we'll use this to just get a cheap crew member. Well, since we've also got a time, we can, gain some news. And, tell a tale to our child. Oh, we give them a souvenir. I didn't realize that was an option. There's space for it on that shelf there. Danger of breakage. The child seems powerfully inclined to play with the artifact. Perhaps it will break, perhaps there's a jewel inside it, or a map, or a spirit. Perhaps it's edible. Perhaps you should employ a more vigilant nurse. I think we need to get Z fever to 25 on our child. So that's coming along nicely. Alright. Now we can maybe actually set out on the journey. Oh, since we're heading up to his thing, we should talk to him about that. I don't think we need to do anything else. 15 fuel, 15 supplies is a good amount to set out for heading north. We will just talk to him. Captain, my sleep is riddled with dreams. Captain, dreams of bells and candles. Destination. Paces the deck. I see a lonely house lit by tallow and wick. A bell is ringing. It rings now. Do you hear it? He scratches at his sigil, which has begun to bleed. Do you know this place, Captain? Can I plot a course? Place of candles and bells, the chapel of lights, a northern church where no sin is too terrible. Alright. Which is where we need to head to for the Admiralty's current venture as well. And or we've explained multiple times already, we're heading along the west coast, up north, and then sort of gonna basically just head out this way, and hope that like the Chapel of Light is somewhere around here and not all the way down there. I will admit a level of curiosity for the Hunter's Lodge now that it's empty. We might once again take a little meandering voyage out this way and up to the Hunter's Lodge to try to get the Something Awaits You proc. one. Okay. Well, we didn't even need a something awaits you. Has anything changed? Wind, weeds, water, tumbled stones, the garden unwinding gently to disorder. Week on week, nothing more. I was just curious, because the Admiralty guy mentioned possibly setting up a supply outpost out there, but that might take more time. Is that our friend? Oh no, that's an easy kill. Ah, there are freaking bats on our ass, though. God damn it, bats. That hurts. Into the pot. And if we get some supplies off of the small pirate ship. More wine. We're pretty good as far as, like, killing things goes, so shooting a bat with a cannon is not outside of our capabilities. We'll see if the tomb colony has anything to say. Really? I did know the mirrors helps you aim better. It literally tells you that. I wouldn't have thought you could get your aim so good that your cannon turns into a machine gun. 200. That's how do you even get that high? Well, we can explore while we're here. I don't know how this will go. A withered garden. Dead fir trees have covered a little park with old brown needles. A little group of tomb colonists stands around another lying on a bench. Unexpectedly, you find yourself reminded of physicians and midwives at a birthing couch. The colonist on the bench, he's old, withered to sticks, groans horribly through the fir needle, though the fir needles deaden the sound. Something moves in his chest, like a sea creature surfacing, or a butterfly breaching from a cocoon. The other colonists spot you and close ranks around him. Stay back, Silkskin, one hisses. This is his breaking out. Your time will come. There's a kind of rapture in her voice. Well, we seen something spooky. I don't think there's, like, any reason to visit the curator. Yeah, no, we need to... I haven't done any of this. I don't even know how to do any of this. Alright, back off we go. Oh, I'm not asking how to do it, Wiki. I'm just more that saying it's a thing that we've got there. He wants the 7 colors of the undersea. I have no idea how we go about getting them. Obviously, it's going to be like different quests and whatnot on different islands. Now, if we find anything that wants to fight out here, we... Ooh, that might be a bit bigger than what I'd like to fight, though. Let's... 400 health, yeah, no, I'm good. No desire to fight. I have no desire to fight. 400 HP is a lot of shooting. And of course, there's a stack of bats as well. Oh, this is going to get awkward. Out the way, bats. Into the pot. And we keep scooching. The Chaos Emeralds, yes. And now we're up at the Wither. Grab a port report while we're here. Yeah, no reason to do that, really. Explore the town, or what's the House of Question? I don't even remember. What the heck? We can gain... we can gain the attention of the god of salt. Now, I'm actually interested. The drowned man. 100 echoes to bribe them to get us information about the drowned man. The end and the beginning. He is not a god. He came from the north, where it's too cold for gods. And to the north he will return. If you go north, nothing of you will remain. Thank you. That didn't help much. Good. No, yeah. No echo. Your words sink into the silence like stones into quicksand. The initiate listens, eyes closed, committing every detail to memory. Leave now. If you see where I write your story, it's the worst kind of luck. Now we have Salt's attention, so we actually have Salt, Stone, and Storm's attention. I don't know whether that's a good or a bad thing, but we have it. Explore the town. The Wither is a quiet, chilly town of grey stone and closed courtyards. There are the people in either... Yeah, we've read that one before. Oh, that's right, the riddles. Fucking no chance to succeed. We don't got the brains. Alright, so I'm going to swing by Codex, then probably up, uncover this bit, and then down to Soddard's Haven, and then across this way. This is going to be annoying. It's basically just a huge fuel expense to get out and shimmy through these islands to try to get that bit of black explored. Now, we do not want to fight 400 HP giant sea beasts. That will not go well for us. I don't remember what's out on Codex. Mad people? It may be doable, but not worth. The Isle of Codex. Can we get a port report? Yes, we can. The exiles see many come, fewer leave. Some are even willing to communicate, but their gestures are unfamiliar. The meaning's unclear. Even when you can understand, these are answers without questions, as useless as a key without a lock. Nothing else we can do up here. Acquire a doomed monster hunter. Need a searing enigma to do that, and the other one's undersea related. We really should, like, do more Submariner stuff. That might be our next major venture, because that's down right down south. The problem was, like, we got multiple ventures that wanted us to go right up north, and the next Submariner stuff is right down south. Yeah, we are, like, starting to get enough money together that we might be able to afford a ship upgrade soon. My concern with the ship upgrade is I'm not quite sure, because we've got a small engine currently. I don't think the small engine will work efficiently on a ship that's double our current weight. But to be able to afford a ship upgrade and a big engine, you're looking at more like 5,000 echoes. We've barely got 2,000. This place is super cool. I love the look of this place. Super cool. Ships no come with engines. No. You gotta put your own engine in them. Frost found. Towers and ramparts, and galleries and stairs of ice, raised and spun like an architect's honeyed dream. No spider ever wove so complex a web. The towers are utterly pristine, untouched by human life. But a pitiable encampment squats by the dock. Create a port report. Definitely do. Bickering amiably. Not all are Iremi or Whitehern. There's the odd researcher, the occasional deranged ice sculptor. Now and then, a very cold, very sad, rubbery man. But for the most part, an atmosphere of friendly rivalry reigns. Yeah, so this is when the game is literally warning you. You cannot enter Frostfound if your terror is greater than 20. You should not enter Frostfound without a good reason. We have no reason to go there. Take tea with some of the squatters. Some of them wear robes of Iremi riddlefishers. Some look like Whitehern folk, but even more ragged. But they do seem a little more practical than either of those peoples. Surprisingly warm welcome. We're here keeping the steps of the We're here keeping the steps for the game of truths, a helpful riddle fisher explains as she fills your cup for the third time. Every year, the people of Irem and Wither meet here for, she pauses, contests, she says, finishes vaguely. The difference between a question and a riddle. One day, someone will prove themselves enough to enter the castle. You spend a pleasant few hours while the tea is supplemented with Iremi liquors, pale Withern beer, and something the riddle fishers describe blandly as snake cake. They offer you fuel and supplies before leaving. With enough to spare, the riddle fisher grins. From time to time, captains get lost and come up here, and we always feel bad for them. Oh, that's nice. One extra supply, extra fuel, and minus 10 terra. That's handy. As I said, our next port of call will be out here. This is not where we've actually got business. But, it's literally a port. Where our business is vaguely out this way. In the dark. I don't think we can really have our light off for too long out here. Yeah, no, it's extra spooky. Oh. Why did the music suddenly kick in? This is quite a good track. I don't think we've heard this one before.
Oh, that's right. These guys sell cheap fuel.
And, like, reasonably priced supplies.
This is actually a good port.
We haven't gone up the side of the mountain before. They go up to the crater. They say the road to hell is paved with good intentions. Up the road. Do they admit visitors to the Brimstone Convention? Probably not. But you never know. They might sell tickets. Encounters with wistful deviless no more than 0. Oh dear. Up above the bay. Look down and see Port Palmerston like a toy and the ruins like gravel. You've come far, but the volcano's cone still rears above you. You rest a little before you go the last half mile. You found a little cottage by the gate to the Brimstone Convention. The wistful deviless. The road to the crater ends at a brass gate in the crater wall. Besides it stands an oddly charming little cottage. It's thrown together from pumice and basalt, but it features honeysuckle. An equally charming deviless in a tea gown leans against the cottage wall, twirling a parasol and fanning herself. I am the guardian of this place, she remarks languidly. You may not pass, but can I offer you a cup of Amarilla tea? Oh dear. Tea with the devil! Yeah, alright, why not? Terra in a tea gown? No doubt she'd be much less pleasant if you tried to break down the gate. But just now, she's a courteous, soft-voiced woman in a tea gown. The tea is hot and nutty, and rather pleasant. She asks about your voyages. She is desperate for news of London, of its mists, its nights, its sick, its poor, its fires. She tactfully turns aside questions about the convention, but she says shares some of the secrets of the Neath. Come see me again, she says. Next time you're here, she shrugs gracefully. Bring me a present if you like. Huh. I don't know about having tea with the devil. Could be interesting. Dig among the ruins at a 60% chance. A cellar full of bones. How many of them died down here? You could bury them in the ash, but they're so choked and jumbled, you might as well leave them here below. The whole island is the unholiest imaginable ground anyway. At least you have souvenirs. 3 grinning skulls and a cavern crooked cross? We have 3 lamentable relics. An outlandish artifact, memories of distant shore, and 10 terror. The 10 terror is a bit oof. Alright, we are reasonably loaded on supplies and fuel at the moment, so basically we're just going to voyage out this way, trying to find the Cathedral of Light. Is vaguely northeast. Why? Oh. No, thank you. Not interested. Please go away. Wish to play. 300 health. We enter Stormbones. Saint Eldius sends fire to dance on the air, on the deck. Very far away, we see the great light of the Ragged Crow. What? Moth? Mothra? I have no idea where we are. Ah! Okay. am curious about the big moth. I wonder how much health it has. But getting into range to sort of scan it is... Oh, this is just a lighthouse. This isn't actually a port. Wait, why did the Terra suddenly go down to green? What? Interesting. Why is this considered relatively happy territory? The Cathedral of Lights is meant to be up here somewhere, but God knows where. And again, it's going back to, like, low Terra. Oh, max Terra. There's some weirdness going on with the spookies out here. This must be Void's approach. The air crackles with frosty radiations. To the north, the false stars fail in the darkness. What? What's that? I don't want to know. That's another one of those big life bergs. Living icebergs. You're gonna pull sort of back down in this way. Oh, don't know what that is. Don't want to know what that is. It's targetable. I'm good. What is this? What is this business? Bonk? I thought that was underwater. I can't see. Oh, what is this? What is this? I want to... There's a port here. Oh, that's the Chapel of Lights. That's what we're after. But it's being doggy guarded by something big and nasty. No, do not want. Do not want. Extreme do not want. What the dickens? It just blew up most of our health by screaming at us? Oh my god. But this is where we need to be. It's literally doggy guarding the Cathedral of Lights. Please tell me it fecked off. Nope, it hadn't fecked off.
Can we, like, sneak in and then sneak out? The Chapel of Lights. Furtive faithful gather in the shadows between the many, many candles. A bell tolls in the chapel tower, cracked iron laughter. A bell tolls in the chapel tower, cracked, beware, the aisle is full of voices. Eat from the chapel's bounty? Oh. A smiling priest unlocks the door of the storehouse for you. He says, eat, but take nothing away with you. Give a nightmare to the well. The well drinks color, the smiling priest whispers. The well drinks dreams, and the well is always thirsty. This will reduce your nightmare's strength, but also scar you permanently and increase your wounds by 1. 3 wounds will kill you. Collect the information you were sent for, so that's, yeah, part of the reason we're up here. The smiling priest is your contact. Speak to him. He beckons you closer. I know nothing of the movements of fleets or cargoes or armies, he tells you, but your admiralty will learn the names of those who came here and what they did. Let me whisper it to your ear. And we got strategic information, and that's that done. We gain some terror, of course, a tale of terror, and a fragment. Lovely. Gather intelligence, which I assume does the port report. Small priest in red cassock tends the chapel. The congregation is shy of light. They come and go in little ships, and it's strangely difficult to count them. Perhaps some of them are imaginary. Still, you note the name of a ship or two. What else do we have? Attend a service at the chapel. Great bell tolls. Few and ragged faithful gather for St. Arthur's lessons. Bring on your offerings. I cannot afford to give you 5 supplies. Provide seasoning for their feast. Unfortunately, we do not have 3 ambiguous Elioth. Yeah. We have any at the moment. Hey, Grand Zone, how's things? Your Sigil-Risen navigator races towards the chapel. This is the place. Hark, the bell. You give chase. Within, the air is heavy and hushed. You see your navigator shaking a smiling priest by the collar. It led me here. Tell me what it means. Look at it. Look at it. The priest disentangles himself as politely as possible. I'm sure we can find a path to put you on, my friend. He examines the sigil with the professional air of a collector, but we'll need your help in return. Pay a price. Our stores are running low. If we cannot feed our congregation, our mission must end. Can you provide? The fresher the better. Your navigator has nothing, he pleads you for help. We need 2 live specimens, or pay another price. The priest slips his arm around your shoulders. For you, a lesser payment, he whispers. Post no guards on your ship tonight, ask no questions, and in the morning, perhaps you'd like to join us for some breakfast. A red and white smile. That we can't do. So we need 2 live specimens. And we'll note that down. I wonder what happens if we eat here. Rich and red. They have shark steaks plucked from the sea. Thin slices of canned tuna, translucent and delicate as paper. Little crimson cakes flavored with cinnamon and coated with poppy seeds. Tomatoes, impossibly ripe and sweet, so far from the surface, gorging yourself, leaving with
the juices dripping from your chin.
Alright,
But well, will it leave is what I'm wondering. It seems to just be like rotating in place. What? Hey, he's finally leaving? Okay, if we scooch up and around the back. And we pretend none of that ever happened. He immediately woke up. If we, like, go long, hopefully we can just avoid. Terra has increased by 10. Oh, that's from the... Oof. That's not our destination, not at the moment. I want to get back with everything we've gained. And we're in a bad way. There's another life bug down there as well. Oh, yes. They blew holes in our ship. No, we are not alright. We have 23 hull. We're in red Terra even with the lights on. Lovely. What the hell? Some sort of storm a-blowing? This is very tense times, yes. And I'm doing stupid things like still exploring instead of taking what, like a known safe path. I don't know if it's worth heading back here and picking up a bunch of fuel just to be safe. I think that might be the go. It's gonna be less time efficient. But, it's safer to do that. We'll get fuel. As I say, sailing further and further away from it. Principles of coral. The corpse rainbow glow from beneath the waves. Echo the false stars above. The worry as well is that, like, the islands turn savage at some point and try to eat us. It'd be very unfortunate. We need no fights. Which is my only bit of worry coming up here is it's a pirate port of sorts. I'm scared. That much damage to the hull is considerable. Once again, we'll attempt the Restless Nights and fail. Alrighty. You guys sell fuel good though, so let's buy like a whole bunch of fuel. Thanks. So we need to drop them off at Guider's Morn. I don't know if we want another tea time with the devil. She was talking about like wanting stories and news and whatnot. We have lots of that, so it might be. Hesitant request. Do you happen to have a case of souls for me? No, I'm not going to eat them. We don't eat souls, usually. I'm not clear how that story got around. I told you that I miss London. I miss hell. I'd like a keepsake, and all souls are owls, you know, by right. A crate of human souls. Concede her your soul? Well, we will... Perhaps not. We'll come back with a crate of souls later. Explore the island. A vista. The sea opens out beneath a high cliff. Oh, there's lots going on here. A high place, the sea, like a ripened sheet of night green jade, the roof of the neath above, bellied with stalactites and prickled with false star. Looking out across the water, what are you thinking of? Your sweetheart, your future, your past as a soldier. Pray, oh, we could pray to the gods. There's, like, many ways to force end runs, Wiki. An ocean of darkness lies between you and your sweetheart, but you remember them still. Oh, good. That did what I hoped it would. It reduced terror. Brighter hours, light, laughter, warmth. Remember a little while, and then go on with your voyaging. Alright. We are reasonably stocked, but still severely damaged. We need to get the Guider's Morn to drop off our passenger, and then probably make haste for London. Why is there light? I see. I see light moving? I thought I did. Oh dear. I'm just super paranoid because, like, even like a small pirate could wreck us right now. And this is technically the, like, pirate area. Corsair's Forest. Alright. Drop off the shady sword. She inhales the air and smiles, perhaps for the first time. As I remembered it, she remarks. Less mud, more rum. Business concluded. The Witch Head, a deferential fellow in Fewsome, waits. He bows to the shady sword, a pleasure as ever. You, he barely favors with a glance. He presses a heavy purse into your hand, small coins stained with salt water, but together they amount to a tidy sum, 120 echoes. Oh! A gleaming marauder is assembling an immense hoard of drowning pearls. His teeth are gold. His rings wink with scintillac. A locked box sits beside him, displaying delicacies retrieved from the wispy ways. Trade drowning pearl for 2 solace fruits? Ah, I might actually do that. Another pebble for the mountain. He is ambitious and plans to marry a princess of the leopard clan. How many pearls would be an appropriate offer, do you think? 10,000? 100? Fathers can be prickly. Take a pair of solace fruit from his trove. Their flesh plump and glistening for 1 browning pearl. Half and coin toss on whether we can get intelligence. Hey, we succeeded. Oh! We more than just succeeded! The whispers that a Carnate Trimarine resupplied here last week under the flag of careful truce. That implies something interesting about the Carnate fleet movements. The Admiralty would love to know. Not only did we get a port report, we got a strategic information. And we can combine the strategic information into a vital intelligence. Okay. Just trying to think the safest way back. We might run into the pirate poet, is a concern. And normally I can beat her without taking too much damage, but we ain't got too much damage left to work with, is the problem. That is a pirate. Do not want. Worst comes to worst, we can hit the full burn. Oh, that's you know what? On the scoot. That's not her. 80 HP. Okay, we didn't need to scooch. That was How do I unfull burn? Get a firing solution on it quickly. Ah! Dang it. Ugh. We're still alive. Maybe. 21 hull left. See, that's the problem with this ship, is it just doesn't have much hull. Like, it's not a... It's literally the starting ship still. The only reason where, like... so combat capable is I have a good gun and high iron. So our combat damage is actually like pretty good for what we are. It's just our defensive capabilities are what went ding. That's okay, that's the what's her name? The poet, pirate. Yeah, I was just concerned about our, hopefully we can just, like, hide out here until she leaves. The sisters killed themselves. Well, we have one of them. Assumedly, she killed the other two. We have the last remaining sister. She might be the one that was responsible for the others dying. I don't know if there was any other way that could have played out. The revenue men. Thankfully, we have, no nothing that will arouse their suspicion, so... The scholar wants to talk to us, which is good. That's usually interesting times. You've been so very helpful. I wanted to give you something for your next voyage. Bottled it myself. Supplies? Just, good. We can sell the Sunless fruit here, but it's really not a big, I mean, we got them for quote-unquote free. Alright, port reports. Actually, how much hold space do we have? Plenty. There's something about the undersea that breeds heresy and dissent. I rather think we might need to send the Bishop of Southwark out for a good bit of Christian shouting. Get another mission from them. Oh shit! I clicked away too quick. What did it say? Oh, well, it'll appear now, thingy. Wait, did it? Codex. Well, yeah, alright. That's actually not too hard to do. Does mean another trip north, but that's, yeah, that's not too hard to do. The diplomat with the vital intelligence. I'm curious to see what we get out of her for that. Etched in memory. The diplomat takes no notes and makes no signs, only listens in absolute silence and finally nods and declares, I'll pass this on to where it will do the most good. Thank you. Voracious diplomat serves London, but has dangerous allies. You've gained one-time supremacy London, new total promising. You have rising supremacy, the Dawn Machine, 600 echoes, 3 Admiralty favors. Damn. Hell of a payout. We definitely need to put the ship in the dry dock. Please fix the holes in my ship. We can use our favor with the Admiralty to make that very cheap. Alright, the ship is no longer falling apart. Now, I am at a bit of an impasse here. Because we can sell off some things and I can actually afford to buy the bigger boat But the problem is we'll be running the bigger boat on only 1,050 engine power, while its weight is, I think, 2,000. I think that fucks up our fuel efficiency badly? Question mark. Hmm. 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 We can make a bit more money by dealing with the scholar and then doing like a assault run, though the hold is actually too full at the moment to do assault run, ironically enough. And I've got no way to like store spare cargo on the land. Hmm. I don't know if we want the soulless fruit for something else or just like sell it for cash money here. Hmm. Alternatively, we invest in a better engine first. And then continue saving for a bigger ship. Hmm. The main concern I can see with upgrading to the bigger ship, like it makes us significantly more chunky, but it has no additional hold capacity. Uh, the increased crew quarters is good because it means obviously we can take more crew. But increased weight and increased crew means increased supply and fuel consumption, with no real hold capacity trade off to allow us to uh, hold more fuel and basically I'm just concerned I'm gonna screw myself over. Let's see how much money we can get together. I don't know if I'd call it too fast at this point is the thing. Like we're like 15 hours into this run. It's just we haven't amassed a lot of money. Admittedly, I have used chunks of money in like weird places and I haven't been able to like make good money from certain things. This pays out a fair bit, doesn't it? Yeah. 250 for an extraordinary implication. Oh, a lamentable relic can also go to to him. Not a scientific curiosity necessarily, but the scholar has a collection or something. 5 echoes. Yeah, okay, that's not worth. Same with the artifacts are a bit naff. So I can't do either of his. He wants 7 artifacts or 7 bales of linen. Um, which I mean, you could just buy the linen, but it's not profitable to do so. You'd lose 100 echoes, I think. Or you know what? Why don't we just knock it out? What's the loss? We buy 7 to 14. We lose 140 echoes out on the deal. But it might put something else interesting on the table as something we could do. Spend some time with the child. Might give them another artifact. Your child seems powerfully inclined to play with the artifact. Oh yeah, we've read that before. Minus 20 Terra. Now they're at 28 Z Fever. The child wants to sign on with the ship. Already? But time passes quickly, and most quickly on the Untersea. How many years have you been at sea? Don't ask. Time operates slyly out in the dark. Permitted. A family tradition. If your child survives, many sailors don't. Or if your child survives, many sailors don't. You of all people know that. This is how you gain a scion, allowing your next captain to choose 2 legacies. All is well for now. New Year's Day, 189. Quartermaster's assistant of legal age. Signed on recommendation of legal guardian. Give equal treatment. You have a scion. When you die, the next generation may take up the torch. In the meantime, they will still live at home, probably. We raised a child and let them loose on the sea. We can do further stuff with that as well. You can do like create an ironclad will, whispering trophy cabinet, song at the sea. Don't know what those require though. Create a shrine to stone. You know, the hymns, the prayers, the traditions. Perhaps you believe, perhaps you don't, but it comforts the sailors. The process of creating a shrine to stone will increase your hearts by 7, as high as 200. And a shrine is an auxiliary item. And the shrine is an auxiliary item worth a further 7. Captivating treasure and 7 secrets. Anatomical cabinet. You've learned so much. Now create an object lesson that will guide you in the destruction of your enemies. Increase iron by 7 and 7 iron orcs. It wants 7 lamentable relics and 7 secrets. I'm going to assume this is the... Yeah. Write a will. The court of Chancery, as a roaring lion, walketh about, seeking whomst it may devour. Ensure it doesn't get its lion's tentacles on your property when you're gone. Should you die, this will ensure that your heir retains your lodgings and any heirlooms you've accumulated. 200 echoes to write a will. Adorn your lodgings with captivating treasures. This is a way to pass on money to your next character. You can have no more than 12 heirlooms or 16 in a mansion, and you'll need to pay a small fee to write these treasures into your will. Write a Song of the Sea. Holy Jesus. This requires some serious 40 secrets! 77 tales of terror, 77 stories, 77 memories. Holy shit. And all of the... Jesus Christ. Whew, that's some high-end shenanigans. I think I might still pick up the bigger engine. The bigger ship. And we need, yeah, 1,000 to get the better engine. Or 2,000 with an even bigger engine, but... Oh. Where was our current port of call? Codex, way up north. No worries, Leon, and we probably will be stopping shortly. Mirrors and pages. Means they probably just do mirrors. How much is it? 50 echoes. Add more. Gotta collect them all. Here I am. A ship, I suppose, is both always here and never there, because there becomes here. I'm gonna assume, yeah, she boosts mirrors. She has this discomforting, even irritating habit of answering your questions just before you finish speaking them. She wants a searing enigma. Or we can do any of her talking. He just wanted supplies, didn't he? Chat about science. The nature of science. The nature of nature. Sunlight is, in certain senses, literally, quite literally, law. Without sunlight, the Earth would spin off into space, and the absence of sunlight down here means the absence of a dozen laws. Death operates unreliably, though more reliably on the Z, as you know. Geography is uncertain and shifting, and dreams. He has grown animated. He now seems distracted. He apologizes and composes himself. It was a particular interest of mine, luminosity, the anatomy of the eye, the many libations of night. Excuse me, this gruel is a little too rich for my tastes. Ask about his medical career, or ask about politics. It's true. I fell in with restless elements. Usual reasons, of course, watching the bazaar devour London year by year. The iniquities of the rich and the pieties of the poor. More than that, I thought London needed darkness. Do you know what I mean? I thought the city was safer in the dark. Do you understand me? I applied my arts to that end. You do. I need say no more, and if you don't, I should say no more. We need some wine to further continue this conversation. I'm trying to get my hold down a little bit so we can do a salt run. But obviously I don't want to burn it down too far. Shouldn't have cashed in all those... it matters not now. Do the ship upgrade. Give your new ship a name. Huh. Not Beatrice, I think. Name for a boat. No idea. I didn't need to name a boat. Sorry, I had no idea I'd need to name a boat. I don't have a boat name handy. We could, something like the Enterprise would be a bit too, on the nose.
We could curse ourselves and name it the Event Horizon. Can I actually use a name that long? We have a forward slot now, so we can also get a forward gun, which would be nice. But we're not going to do that right now. Right now, we need to save up for bigger engines. Finally, a new boat. 200 hull. And it gives us a boost to iron as well, making us quite the chunky boy. The deck gun does 15 damage, and we add plus 13 damage from our iron skill, so we're nearly doubling the power of our deck gun. Assault, assault run would be nice, but we've got too much, as ironic as this is, we have too much fuel. Actually, maybe we won't have too much fuel, depending on how inefficient the engines run. You know what, we will do a quick run out to the salts and back and sort of see how this runs us. Yeah, we are chugging fuel pretty badly now. If we do come across the poet, we'll give her a fight. Really, anything we come across out this way, we should be able to fight at this point, unless for some reason something big has gotten its way inland. Speak of the devil. That is the pirate. $400 echoes, fuel and supplies, more fuel. The 400 echoes is the important bit there. That's real good. We can get up to 1,000 echoes. We'll be laughing, because that'll get us what we need. Also, like, yeah, taking 10 damage from that is now much less terrifying. Was he previously, you know, taking 10 damage was, like, 15% of our total health. Now it's 5% of our total health. I am actually just looking for anything I can fight out here. I just need to burn a bit of fuel to make inventory space. Like, I could just toss the fuel overboard, but I don't want to do that. I can't sell the fuel to these boys. Suppose I could, if I do like a quick emergency repair to patch up the damage we took, actually, that'll... technically free up an inventory slot. I'm gonna have to huck some fuel, but we're just not, there's nothing to fight out here, unfortunately. Oh, this is... well, we get a port report. We will load up on that. I'm gonna have to huck refuel. Feels bad, man. And then we will do... what's this? Oh, have we done this before? I think we have. Yeah, you get the extraordinary implication for it. Is that something? What the heck? Are we seeing things? What is that? Oh, it might mean something is under the Z. I think we can give these guys news of home for, wait, no, that's not it. Slight decrease in terror. We do want to... something awaits you. As I said before, I'm not sure if they actually charge while you're still too close to London.
Alright. Not that it's worth much, but we can hand that port report in to get a little bit of cash and fuel. And then deliver the Sphinx Stone. 500 echoes. Good pay. And now we can afford the 1500 engine. Sell off the old engine. Not that it's worth anything. 10 money. $50 echoes for that. Yeah, good, good. How have we got for, like, tails and... And that's now put them up to rank 6. Rose, we can't really do anything with the rose market, can we? Live specimens and copper long boxes. Actually, can we still hang out with our family? Despite them having gone to sea? Yes. This is a delight, but will it always be this delightful? The Zailor knows 2 worlds. If you give suitable presents to your child, they will gain sea fever. We've done this. Just enjoy their company. An evening in the parlor with your child and your sweetheart, and so to bed. Crumpets and bullet jam, and what happens when you spin a child round so fast they very nearly sick. Quiet at evening's end, shared stories, bats beating at the windows, and much later, the warmth of renewed passion after the cold salt of the sea. Nice, it knocks off 20 Terra and gives us a restful night, so that is good. We can still do that. That is good. Recent news gets us some supplies, and the recent news, and -1 Terra. We've got a Terra down to 0. Good. Alright, well, I have a few ventures in mind as our next ports of call. This has been very profitable in that we've got upgraded engines, and upgraded the main ship. We probably want to start saving up for, like, a forward gun, now that we have a forward gun slot. Some of the forward guns are, like, guns, and some of the forward guns are torpedo launchers. I think I'd rather stick to just guns. What's flensing weapon? The Majesty is the only front-mounted pure cannon. Others are torpedoes or flensing weapon. A powerful weapon that permits flensing attacks. I don't know what a flensing attack is. Oh, this is like ramming. Yeah, peanuts, and at the risk of jinxing myself, things have gone well this stream. We've taken 3 very big voyages, and they've all worked out for us. They all got a bit dangerous. Twice we ran quite low on supplies. And the final one, we almost sank. Our ship had big holes blown in it, but we somehow survived. Uh, okay. Cleansing weapons are for doing life damage and crew damage at an improved rate. 20 hull damage, 28 life damage versus, where's that other one? 22 hull damage, 22 life damage. We might just take that. Leaves is fairly multi-purpose, but we're not, like, stacking up to be anti-beast just yet. Just gives us more raw damage across the board. I assume the major, like, holdback on getting one of these is you'd otherwise, like, you need a forward mounting slot, which is now what we have. So our, like, damage output is now more than doubled. So we are pretty significant in terms of kill power. And with the new ship as well, we've got significantly more hull power, so we can probably risk taking on some more dicey fights. We don't want to be... We don't want to be, like, picking fights. But if we need to fight, we are pretty capable now. Okay, I think I'm going to stop the stream here because we've been going for nearly 7 hours. That was not intended. Our next voyage, we're probably going to head back down this way. And do the submarine stuff. We do have an agent with us, which we could install in either of these ports, and I also want to maybe try to get an agent installed up here. But yeah, I think heading down here and continuing the submarine stuff so that we get undersea access. I don't know whether we want undersea access, how much it'll punish us doing that, but we'll find out, I guess. Yeah, I don't know whether I'll do more of this on stream. I really enjoy this game. I don't know how interesting it is to watch. because it's like a lot of just rolling around. There's a lot of text and whatnot, and yeah, I don't know. I'll have a think about it. Um, I don't know whether there'll be a stream tonight. It depends on how heavy work is and how late work runs. Uh, if I'm feeling all right after work, we might get a stream in. If I'm feeling pretty tired after work, we probably won't get a stream in. It'll just depends. Oh, hang on. Araxis is streaming at the moment. Oh, god damn it, they freaking... I keep forgetting they changed the raid interface. Annoying. I'll send you guys over to hang out with Araxis. Playing some kind of visual novel-y thing from the looks of it. That's pretty normal. Yeah. Alright. As I said, don't know if there'll be more of this on stream. Don't know if I'll stream tonight. Lots of don't knows. There will be more streams. When and what? We'll find out when the time comes. But for now, that... Oh wait, I haven't set the raid up, have I? God damn it, I'm stupid. There we go. Raid set. Alright, where was I? That is all. Thanks for watching, everyone, and hopefully I'll see you all next time.
Bye-bye.